Am I supposed to be... okay. Nope, okay. Hey, so far every solution to this game has been to shoot and or punch something, so...
Breathing like I'm short on air. Every time we reach out.
I'm going to find the promised land.
I can feel this tide. Choke my neck and I just wonder why I'm buried in the soup.
Hey there, travelers. Welcome to Probably Radical. Oh, yeah. Get shit moving around here. There we go. Wondering where that second audio was coming from. Ooh. And there we go. Let's get OBS straightened out as well. Oh. Well, let's see. Monday. It's been Been quite the fucking ride of news stories for the weekend, hasn't it? Oh, hey, Brooke. Thank you. Thank you. It was supposed to be twice as long as it was, but I hate video editing. So let's just say it got trimmed right the fuck down. Truly, video editing is up there on the list of tech jobs that I just utterly despise, but thank you nonetheless. Let's see. There we go. Oh, yeah, it has certainly been an interesting fucking weekend, that's for sure. Video is the worst. It is. It really, really is. It is super tedious to edit video. I do audio editing, no problem. But video editing is just god-awful. I don't know what the deal is, why it's so tedious. I mean, it just is. There's too many fucking things to deal with it. This is coming from a goddamn former programmer and network engineer and, God, security consultant. I mean, literally, the tech jobs I've done are ridiculous. And, I mean, setting up infrastructure, you got to keep track of near countless details. But even still, hey, Taco, lurk away, my friend, lurk away. Yeah, you got to keep track of countless details, but even still, video editing just, ugh, God, I hate it. Let's see, let me just push that. There we go. Should we talk about fucking Mango Mussolini? Like, is that a thing that, like, we should even do? I don't, like, I mean, it looks like he's going to survive. But his tweet storm today was special. Do I have? There we go. This is what happens when you're fucking taking IV dexamethasone. God. Methazone. There we go. Dexamethasone. Jesus Christ. I'm like, why is that slipping my mind? It's what happens when you're on IV dexamethasone, though. It does cause delusions of grandeur and other psychotic sort of behavior. This was special. Yes, I do, actually, Mitre. The way artists sort of see colors in pictures, I don't get that. Like, I don't get a visual spectrum, but as far as language and sounds go, I very much have sort of a landscape in my head. I hear, like, when I think about George Carlin or Doug Stanhope or Bill Hicks doing a bit, I hear them. And so that's how I recall it. I recite it. I hear them in my head. I hear their voice. When I'm trying to do a word and I see that in my head. Akin to how visual artists tend to see colors and patterns and landscapes and that sort of thing. Yeah, that is how my brain works. Congratulations on picking up on that, by the way. That was pretty, like, you saw that, what I was doing. Mad Prop. Secular Talk released a vid 5 minutes ago. He was released and is struggling to breathe. Yeah, he's on IV dexamethasone, which is a super strong corticosteroid. And I mean, he's been on supplemental oxygen. The Regeneron antibody therapy, which is completely experimental, that he's on as well, is special. We'll wrap back around to the Regeneron treatment here in a second. Yeah, he's 74, out of shape, eats a fast food diet, doesn't believe in exercise, probably is an Adderall addict. Jesus, I hadn't seen this Twitter rant. Dude, it's insane. All right, so stock market highs, vote. Strongest ever military, vote. Law and order, vote. Religious liberty, vote. Fucking biggest tax cut ever, and another one coming. Vote 401k. Vote. No idea what that. I mean, just apropos of nothing. 401k. Best VA ever. 91% of approval rating. Vote. Space Force. Vote. Pro-life. Vote. Better and cheaper healthcare. Vote. Fuck you. Protect pre-existing conditions. Vote. It's like he's campaigning for Biden at this point. I don't know. Fight the corrupt fake news media. Vote. Save our Second Amendment. Vote. Peace through strength. Bring our soldiers home. Vote. It's getting Resident Evil vibes. This is how the T-virus starts. That one got me, the Space Force vote. Not everybody has that reaction with corticosteroids. It is a thing, though. I wonder if I can, let me see if I can just sidebar out. Can't do it. All right, I'm going to do a custom page for that anyway. His caps lock key broken. Yes. Yeah, basically so. That's just how that dude talks, though. There you go. Not used to fucking Firefox proper. I use Vivaldi as my primary browser. Yeah, not everybody has that reaction. Hey, Curio. Oh, what's he got? No, I got table. I got table. All right, cool. Hey, Curio. Yeah, we're just looking through, my legs are on fire. It is what it is, right? How about you? How about yourself? We're just talking shit about the moron in chief and how, Taco was saying, Secular Talk released a video saying he was struggling to breathe, that sort of thing. You fuckers are just... Oh, hey, OBS 8. How in the fuck did you end up with a tier 2? Yeah, so let's talk about the Regeneron antibody treatment. Let's take a moment. Regeneron uses human and mice embryonic stem cells as part of their production and in vitro testing and development process. The experimental antibody treatment that President Trump is the beneficiary of and is receiving on the taxpayer's dime, I might add, is derived from human embryonic stem cells, aborted fetuses. You hear that? You hear that? Oh, I'm sorry. That's the vacuum just sucking out the air in the room from all of the fucking evangelical hypocrites who aren't going to say shit about this. Yeah. Yeah, the table here is global. The other two are nulls. So he hops into his fucking van or his SUV. Nah, you're fine. He hops into his SUV to do because remember, several hundred protesters. Of course. Yeah, I know, Brooke. Several hundred protesters started gathering in and around Washington, D.C., in and around the Walter Reed area to the unsilent majority to support Trump, to protest, to sort of mix and match a little of this, a little of that, right? And this piece of shit decides that he's got to do some, I don't know, propaganda, presser, media fluff bullshit, right? He insists. And according to sources behind the scenes, what actually happened was Trump tried to check himself out. He tried to leave Walter Reed in the middle of his treatment. And the doctors, probably likely 12 of them, you know, as we all get. Remember, back to that. He tried to leave. And they compromised and said, you can take a Secret Service vehicle around the block and wave at the people. And then you come back. All right, this is how dumb this stupid fucker is. He's getting world-class treatment. I mean, second to none sort of treatment, right? Used to do that with my toddler to get her to sleep. Helicoptered to a world-class facility, a dozen doctors on beck and call, 24 hours monitoring his condition at all times, right? Experimental antibody treatments that cost buku bucks, thousands of dollars. The remdesivir costs $2,500 to $3,000 per run for it. The Regeneron costs a few grand as well per run. You know, this is oh well, Mitre, every channel owner gets their own tier 3 open. Like, we all get tier 3 on our own channels. That's just how that works. US Curio's out here spending fucking tier 3s on. Yeah, no. He's, yeah. I was like, wait, no, it's his own tier 3. US Curio's out here spending $25 a pop a month on somebody, which, Curio, what are you doing if that were the case? But no, it's his own tier 3. Yeah, every channel owner gets a tier 3 on their own. And then when you make partner, you actually get a few to give away. I think 2. When you hit partner, you can give out a couple tier 3s. They'd have to provide a valuable service. They'd have to provide more than that. So yeah, he gets helicoptered out, a dozen doctors, 24-hour care, experimental treatments, and he's still trying to get out of the hospital. Now, as you can see on the screen, he's literally having trouble breathing. All right, like this is somebody struggling for breath. This is what it looks like. This is what decreased breathing capacity looks like. And he is stupid enough to go off supplemental oxygen to remove himself from his care facility in order to maintain appearances. This is the mark of a narcissist, right? This is narcissism writ large right here. So he's clearly not recovered. And given the tweet storm, yeah, oh yeah, he's struggling. Like, he had to just stand up, walk out there, and stand there. Like, if you could hear him, it would be wheezy. It would be shallow. He's got 5 Arby's beef and cheddars lodged in his rib cage. Of course, he's having trouble breathing. This is a whole different kind of trouble breathing. He was already, huffy and puffy to start with. But yeah, this is not good. And it's only because he's the president of the United States, right? Like, if he was anybody else's patient, he would not be allowed out. He's still communicable, by the way. That man is still contagious. He is putting all of the Secret Service, everybody he comes in contact with, he's putting them all at risk of infection. And speaking of putting people at risk of infection, what is the number now we're up to? What are the countries, by the way? Because I saw that. New Zealand, Taiwan, and somebody else, Vietnam maybe. He looks like one of the Budweisers, but bullfrog standing in the centaur that had his ass broken. Standing like a centaur that had his ass broken. To be honest, it's the Secret Service's job to be at risk. Usually, though, when they sign up to take a bullet, they don't think the president's going to be the one firing it at them. Just, saying. But per the chief of disaster medicine at George Washington University and a resident at Walter Reed, that particular physician pointed out the vehicle that Trump rode in is hermetically sealed. It's designed to prevent biological and chemical attacks. That means anybody in that vehicle with him is just breathing hyper recirculated air in a literal hermetically sealed container. And before it hits the internal HEPA filter, chances are it's going to hit you. And so he has put basically everybody at risk. And now, the list is fucking insane. Let's look up the list. Who all? Hell yeah. White House. Let's see if anybody's keeping track. We'll try these assholes, but... That's 2 days ago. All right, so let's... All right, so we've got Kayleigh McEnany, Trump Antoinette, let them catch COVID. Oh, we'll get around to that. Chris Christie, Kellyanne Conway, Nick Luna, Hope Hicks, Bill Stipien, Senator Tom Tillis, Senator Mike Lee, Reverend John Jenkins, Senator Ron Johnson. So far, Barr is under quarantine, even though he's not talking. He won't admit he's under quarantine. Yeah, there's a whole host of them now. So let's talk to Kellyanne Conway. Now, everybody should be familiar with Skeletor. Here she is. Here's Skeletor herself. The walking mouthpiece for this administration. She is an evil, evil cunt. Right? This is how, you want to know how we know she's an evil, evil cunt? Is because she tested positive for COVID-19 and then lied to her own daughter's face about it. And her daughter contracted it. Her daughter is now spending her 16th birthday under quarantine. 16th or 17th. It may be her 17th birthday. She's 16 presently. She is looking for emancipation. She utterly, love your willingness to say cunt. She is an evil cunt. Like, this is how I talk about Kellyanne Conway. She is an evil cunt. I mean, her daughter took to TikTok as soon as it was known that Kellyanne was tested positive and said, I spent the day with her and she lied to my face about her test status. And then a few days later, her own daughter comes down test positive. Her own mother lied to her face about having COVID and passed it to her daughter. She's an evil cunt. There's no other way for me to define that. Like, there's no other way for me to iterate out what Kellyanne Conway is. She is an evil cunt. And Kaylee, the fucking press secretary who barely gives pressers, refuses to wear a mask as well, and likely caused the spread to several press corps reporters as well. I know there's one New York Times reporter who has tested positive so far. This administration is walking typhoid Marys writ large. Anybody who goes near them has the possibility to contract it. And did you see... in the debate against Lindsey Graham, I wish I knew this name. Jesus Christ. Jamie Harrison. There we go. Jamie Harrison. Hey, thank you, Curio. I'll take that. Jamie Harrison and the Democrats on his side brought an entire plexiglass screen to shield him. Oh, Jesus Christ. Good luck with that. He's never dared show his face around these parts. He'd get insta-banned. I don't put up with him anymore. Jamie Harrison's campaign actually set up a plexiglass shield. He set up a plexiglass shield to shield them from the possible contamination that is Lindsey Graham. Oops. And in more Schadenfreude news, so, John Hagee, he's the founder and a senior pastor of Cornerstone Church. If you're wondering, yes, it's a mega church. Yes, he's worth fucking millions. All right, this piece of shit has tested positive for COVID. He looks like the Aussie PM, fucking Scovid. Well, let me know if that piece of shit measures up to this piece of shit, because in his career, some of his greatest hits, for those of you wondering if we should have Schadenfreude about this particular man catching COVID, well, Hurricane Katrina was God's judgment for New Orleans having a gay party. Atheists killed Jesus. Sodom and Gomorrah was only a pilot study for killing gays, and God sent Hitler to create Israel. Just some of his greatest hits, right? This is just some of the high watermarks of this piece of shit's career. So, you know, if you're feeling bad for having a moment of Schadenfreude that a mega church pastor who's worth many millions scammed off of his parishioners is now potentially suffering and maybe going to die, yeah, he thinks it's a good thing that gays get killed. He thinks it's a good thing that Hitler came to Earth because that speeds the creation of Israel. So, you know, just keep in mind. Sounds like RPM. As far as I know, your guy does he... Hang on. I know ScoMo is, like, pretty scummy, right? Like I'm familiar with some of his greatest hits, but I don't think has he ever like openly done something like, you know, let's kill all the gays sort of stuff? Cuz I mean, don't get me wrong, I know fucking he is scummy as shit, but especially jetting off to Hawaii as COVID broke out on your particular island with his family. Yeah. And the mining, the Aboriginal treatment, the deals with China, the deals with Indonesia. No, he's mask on, but he thought the fires were God's rapture. All right, cool. That's great. It's great. Did you talk about when ScoMo tried to get the child abuser head of Hillsong to meet Trump, and even Trump said, "No, I'm not familiar with that story." Even looks like it was Brian Houston that they tried to get the invitation for, but that's funny. Lovely. So, Hardin Simmons University football player. Yeah. So, here's the long and short of it. He goes to a gas station. Some white piece of trash is beating his wife. Like literally physical altercation in the middle of the gas station, right? This dude is wailing on his wife. So this kind gentleman steps in. He does what any humane, upstanding individual would do. He steps in and fucking says, knock it the fuck off, right? Cops get called. This spills out into the front of the gas station. The cops tase and shoot the black dude. He's dead. That's really the end-all be-all of it. Everybody who's ever met this dude says he was a fucking saint. He defended cops at one point even. He said, they can't, they're human beings, and, he gave them leeway. Yeah, he's dead. Cops rolled up, saw a black dude arguing with a old white dude, and they shot him. It's still, being investigated, but here's his statement about, giving the police the benefit of the doubt, blah, blah, blah. I never got that kind of energy from the popo, that sort of thing. Well, guess what? You did now. Yeah, it's what he gets for trying to break up a fight between a wife and a husband. It's what he gets for trying to defend another human being. It's what he gets for being black in Texas. He didn't get the benefit of the doubt. He gave the benefit of the doubt to the police. You can see that in his statement. He gave them the benefit of the doubt. He did not get that. They rolled up, tased him, and shot him to death. Straight up. And all he was trying to do was defend a woman from her wife-beater husband. No, nothing going on there. Yeah, I know. Popo makes him a no-no. Yeah. It spilled outside, and when the officers responded, Price was the only one they shot. I can't imagine why. Maybe they're just not fans of football. I'm sure there's some other reason, right? It couldn't possibly have anything to do with, I don't know what. Maybe they're not fans of beige brown hats. Necklaces? Maybe they don't like necklaces. Maybe they're not fans of beards. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's why they shot him without second thought. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. And then the cops went home and beat their wives to deal with it. No, probably not. They probably, because they got it out of their system, right? Like, they got to shoot the black dude. So they didn't have to go home to beat their wives. Now, had they not been able to shoot this dude, they probably would have then. 40%. 40%, folks. You have a 40% higher. With all that 6 months of training, it surely couldn't have been prejudice. Oh, I'm sure. 100%. God, I love that image. That's fucking brilliant. Oh, he's doing great. He's doing great. Yeah, he looks outstanding. He said he hasn't felt this good in 20 years, by the way. One of his statements. He hasn't felt this good in 20 years. Jesus Christ. There was an attorney on Twitter who made a very good point. He said, if it takes me 8 years to get my degree, if it takes me 6 years to get my degree, then these fuckers should have a 4-year program. I agree. Minimum. Wait till he looks like Brian from the Siggy Packs. Minimum 2 years. I think minimum 2 years. But so here's the headline, right? Here's the headline. The oldest living CIA agent says Russia probably targeted Trump decades ago. 87. All right. I don't even know how to spell cigarettes. Jesus Christ. Did it actually affect anything? Did the graphic covers decrease your guys' smoking rate? Oh, it did. Cool. Fuck, they worked on me too. All right. Well, then, I mean, I wouldn't want to look at that either, quite frankly. Oh, well. Yeah, it was mostly... Okay, so did the graphics lower the smoking rate, or did the tax hikes lower the smoking rate? Because if they did those simultaneously, there's going to be no way really to diverge the statistical difference. So I would be interested to know whether the graphics had an impact or whether it was just, we made them twice as expensive. Both, exactly. Yeah, I doubt it was the graphics. For me, anecdotally, the graphics had a bigger impact. Interesting. Really? I mean, okay, so I can tell you why I never picked up smoking. One, my mother's a nurse, right? But in 6th grade, they brought in a healthy lung and a smoker's lung into my class. And we were allowed to hold and touch the smoker's lung. And the smell sticks with me to this very day. It's why I never picked up cigarettes. Is because of that one formative moment. That's in 6th grade. They're like, yeah, here, this is what a healthy lung looks like. This is what a smoker's lung looks like post-mortem. Here, hold it. That shit stuck with me. When your mate comes over and plops Brian on the table, I just have to move it. Oh. So let's talk Sharia law. Oof. Oh, fuck off with that shit. All right. I've been in Australia. Abstaining from ciggies does nothing when you breathe fire smoke for a month straight. Solid point. Solid point. So Amy COVID Barrett, this psycho bitch that they're ramming down our throats for the Supreme Court. She was a paid speaker 5 times starting in 2011 at the Blackstone Legal Fellowship, a summer program established to inspire a, quote, distinctly Christian worldview in every area of law. The Blackstone, it was founded to show students, quote, how God can use them as judges, law professors, and practicing attorneys to help keep the door open for the spread of gospel in America. The advocacy group whose founding leader has questioned the, quote, so-called separation of church and state. Okay? This right here, this is Sharia law. Fucking psycho-religious people. We're going to get her crammed down our throat. And there's not much we can do about it at this point. I know. So-called in the Constitution. See Mike Pence. I'm a Christian first, a conservative second, a Republican third, in that order. Okay? These fuckers are not loyal to a nation or fellow citizens. In psychoanalytical terms, I never trust anyone who shapes a worldview around the big other, says Taco. Oh, but Magic Sky Daddy has promised me sky cake after I die, and so I'm going to make you suffer here on Earth because, you know, where's our Sharia mate, Ben, by the way? Which one? We've had a couple of them, but yeah, Timmy. Timmy was not that, you know, it was the other one that was the Sharia law psychopath. I don't remember the other one's name. I just remember Timmy because he was I'm a Wahhabist fucking leftist. Oh man, that's gonna stick with me for a while. Yeah, that was Timmy that promised sodomy and Jana. Do I have that image address? We need to bring this back. This is a real image, right? This is farmers arresting a sheriff who was trying to evict a widow in 1952, right? This is exempt property from seizure. This is a widow's homestead. And the local community stood by on guard until the local sheriff and deputies tried to show up on that property and evict her. And you know what they did? They fucking drew down on him, held him at gunpoint, dropped him to the ground, and fucking arrested him themselves. You need the courts on your side first. vote who in over here exactly? The sheriffs? We do, if it's sheriffs you're talking about, yeah, we do vote them in. We vote them in. Oh, and everybody see Togoland? Let's see if I can, there we go. So, depends where you are. I mean, somewhat. That's what's happening in New Hampshire right now with that, the satanic trans, sheriff's candidate who's running as a Republican because there was no, nonsense. Do you see our fearless leader? No, but we saw this one. He's doing great. You can see his breathing is just fine. I've been leaving this on the screen just as sort of a background. Majestic species of orange dancing on the wind, says Taco. So you see that purple area? Someone yelled at him, sir, do you think you might be a super spreader? See, this is where you need an Australian touch. Fuck, sir. What should be yelled is, oi, cunt. Fuck that guy. And of course he is. This area off to the right has split off and declared its independence. It is now Western Togoland. I find that interesting just because it's 2020 and a new country was just formed out of an old one. I don't know. Something to keep in mind. You can also use mate in a particularly belligerent way. Duly noted. So, let's talk about the India thing. The guy who told RPM to get fucked from now on is a national treasure to me, at least. We still love the guy who threw the shoes at George W. back in the day. We give credit to George W. I mean, he didn't overreact. He didn't act like a little bitch. And he did have a good dodge on him. He saw that shit coming and he, sort of dodged it. Credit where credit's due. But yeah, we still have a soft spot for the dude who threw shoes at fucking GW in this country. Yeah, George W.'s reflexes is the best thing about him. He did. He dodged like a pro. I mean, yeah. We give credit where credit's due. The fucker, he got out of the way on those. But yeah, we still love that dude. Fuck you. Throwing shoes at him. Oh, man. So, W's on my ex-president's dodgeball team for sure. For sure. Then I get Obama. That dude's still ripped. Brooke, you need a video of this? Let me hook you up.
والمدنيين فإننا نقترب كثيرا من هذه النهاية.
شكرا جزيلا.
So I'll give you a replay what we're talking about here. He sees this shit coming. Like he just sees it coming. Boom. And you notice, okay, he doesn't look pissed. He really doesn't look pissed, right? He just sort of looks like confused a little bit, but mildly amused. He had a long life of people. Yeah, he smirks a little bit. Like it's a little. He's not like you can imagine what Trump would look like if somebody threw a shoe at him. Like he'd be screaming like, "Get him out of here! Crack his skull!" Like he'd be pissed, right? GW handled that shit. Like, I mean, the guy's a fucking terrible human being. He's a war criminal. I mean, don't get me wrong. Yes, Egg Boy. I remember him too. Yes, he did. He did own a baseball team. The Dallas, Texas, something or other. Texas something. Texas Rangers. Thank you, nonsense. Like, he traded Sammy Sosa. Good job. Yes, everybody updating their TOSs. Twitch does not allow content that depicts, glorifies, encourages, or supports terrorism or violent extremist acts or actors. This includes threatening to or encouraging others to commit acts that would result in serious physical harm to groups of people or significant property destruction. You may not display or link terrorist or extremist propaganda, including graphic pictures or footage of terrorist or extremist violence, even for the purposes of denouncing such content. I'm glad I got... I'm glad I got that stream out that we did where we watched that documentary that talked about the praxis and talked about, the police one. No, not all of them. Me, Trey, we'll just have to be a little more selective. I may have to screen them a little further. We can't have another repeat of that police documentary that we watched because that... for sure would have fucking gotten flagged. Oh, that was a good one. Taco, this is about the executive order stripping social media protection, make them liable for everything posted. I don't know, but that has to go through legislation. There's no way that's enforceable, Taco. Executive orders are... methods for the president to direct the executive branch, and those sorts of things have to come from legislature. DHS isn't going to enforce this sort of thing. This would be, local, municipal, county, federal prosecutor territory, and they would need some sort of legislature to work off of. So that executive order can be readily ignored and or challenged in courts without much to do. But I think this is more a reaction to everybody cheering for Trump's death. I think that Twitter did the same thing, right? Like AOC pointed that shit out. Like, it's against terms of service to wish harm or call for harm on people. And, a whole bunch of left-leaning politicians and, political activists and women and transgendered people and gay people about these calls for violence against people. How about us? But no, it seems to be a reaction to everybody reveling in the fact that Trump could have died. I would think that that's probably more it than anything else, quite frankly, because they didn't do anything when BLM started, torching buildings, or when protests or riots started torching buildings. They didn't do anything for right-wingers marching on fucking state capitol buildings and right-wing streamers encouraging it. They haven't done shit for militia groups that advocate on stream. They haven't done anything for, but after fucking everybody was like, yeah, Trump may die, all of a sudden now we've got terms of service clarifications happening. If we say we're a religion and enshrine the hate in our holy text, they wouldn't be able to touch us. No, they would. They would. Yeah, I haven't seen it applied, but people are freaked out. Since one is hanging out with cheese is a bad thing. Nice. Yeah, I'm with Curio. It's salt. If I had to guess, It's a bunch of fucking tech bros. Because that's what people don't understand about the sort of like Silicon Valley tech industry. They all assume that they're super lefty, right? When in fact, there is a solid contingent of alt-right tech bro that that exists throughout the industry. I've worked with them. I've been shoulder to shoulder with them. I've, had them within organizations that I worked for. Yeah. It's I think they're rallying to protect their ass from the pushback from the left, quite frankly, because they didn't do shit for any of these other groups, quite frankly. They let that alt-right shit go for years and years and years, and they didn't say anything. I mean, these fuckers wound all the way up to pipe bombing and shooting people, and they still didn't do anything. So, yeah. I would have my sneaking suspicion is tech bro territory. But hey, I could be wrong. They tried the bogus religion thing with Pastafarianism and Judaism. Still no tax for Silsong. So, speaking of this bullshit, yeah, Curio, all the tech giants are right-wing when it comes to policies they actually support. Everything else is signaling so people don't leave their platforms. Yeah. So, basically what happened, a young girl was raped again in India by a large gang of people again. And the police came and they torched her body to destroy the evidence. And they held the parents and family inside their house, inside their residence, refusing to let them get to her body. And then they declared the town a COVID hotspot. And they confiscated everybody's mobile phones in an attempt to keep this story from leaking. A young boy ran across the fields and broke free to bring this story to the journalists and the world. These two politicians attempted to make a journey to this town after hearing what has happened. The police arrested them as well. They were released and taken back to Delhi. I love India. They got a fucking problem. These mass gang rapes and the covering up of them by the police is a story I've come across way, way too often. It's happening too regularly. They need to do something. But, yeah. They got a whole problem with sectarian violence over there, and I agree, Mitre. I agree. No, I agree. There's some cultural toxicity going on there that needs addressing. But yeah, the police literally torched her body to destroy the evidence, and refused to let her family have access to the body, and then tried to put the entire town on lockdown, and then arrested politicians when they tried to go to the town. Taco, because religion is the short answer for that one, really. You know, what the fuck? These are crimes against humanity. Why the fuck is there still a caste system there? Religion. Magic R word. We need to send the Beatles back over there. I'm sure that'll solve it. I'm willing to be sent to Goa, where they went, which is nothing more than a vacation paradise, quite frankly, for Westerners. I'm willing to go. Here we have a cask system. ACLU of Texas obtained documents. Good fortune. ACLU of Texas obtained documents, quoting, "They paint a chilling picture of federal agents unleashed in our cities." New reporting reveals federal forces, including at least 6 sniper teams, an elite Border Patrol tactical unit, FBI aerial and ground surveillance, and National Guard troops were deployed to George Floyd's funeral in suburban Houston earlier this year, with some of the agents authorized to shoot to kill in the event of serious civil unrest. And here's the actual operational command document. Deadly force is authorized anytime under Chapter 9 Texas Penal Code, Chapter 9.31, Chapter 9.32. What do people want, really? What do you fucking want? Literally a document from our own government saying, yeah, in response to a funeral and protests, we put sniper teams out and special reconnaissance units, and we gave them the green light to kill if necessary. Nah, we're doing fine. And apropos of this wonderful, wonderful video, I'm going to keep watching this all fucking night. I know I am. Trump's doctor is refusing to provide details of the coronavirus-infected president's lung scans. Donald Trump's military physician declined to provide any details on aspects of the coronavirus-infected president's health, including results of chest scans. There we go. And when he had his last negative test. Quote, "I'm not at liberty to discuss," Dr. Sean Connolly, who lied to reporters already earlier in the week, sidestepping questions on whether the president is still contagious. He is. He said privacy laws that protect every patient's privacy prevent him from disclosing information. Yeah, see, here's the thing. He's the president. There's some overriding rules. His health is a public matter. So we're refusing to acknowledge that this dude is clearly having trouble breathing. How much demon semen is in Trump's stomach? The people have a right to know. I can't believe that we had a callback to that crazy bitch. Like, it really, I mean, demon sperm causes ovarian cysts and like vaginal cancer. Like, she was Dr. Stella Emanuel, I believe was her name. She is a special callback. I can't believe we had a callback to her. But yeah, she, demon semen. It was, yeah, she's a special one. But yeah, no, we're being literally kept in the dark. This man is on IV, high strength IV corticosteroids. He's on experimental antibody treatments. He's on supplemental oxygen. And as you can see, he is not able to catch his breath. Netflix and Kill, welcome back, by the way. Nice to see you. Stella Emanuel said, meme me, and boy, did we. Hey, she's fair game. She's batshit crazy, right? Like, she's fair game. Yeah, oh fuck yeah. If I bleed half that shit, I'd be a hermit and not tell anyone. Preach, brother, preach. Yeah, she's a special one. But yeah, no, this, by the way, this has the potential to get worse. Still. Having spoken with a bunch of COVID survivors, yeah. The damage is not from the virus. The damage is from your autoimmune response to the virus. And that's why they give dexamethasone. It's to dampen the immune response. Corticosteroids dampen an immune response. And so that's why they give IV high dose, well, not high dose, but high strength corticosteroids. Reject modern medicine, embrace leeches and opiates. Dude, like those were the days, right? Back in the day, go to a doctor and get a prescription for like, you know, to get like rubbed off and get some like heroin. Dude, good time. Those were good times. And very good times to be a doctor, right? Like what's that meme? That, you know, you could be drunk off your ass and be like, yeah, you need heroin. And I think you have ghosts and you need heroin. Like, good times. Not like you had to really know anything. People citing that video of Biden walking down a hallway and struggling to breathe when he started to speak. And it's like, you know, it's different because one of those people didn't literally have COVID. Did you see the video of his wife pulling him back too? Biden was at some presser and she like walks up behind him and drags him back a few feet away from people. Yeah, ghosts in your blood. Do some cocaine about it. There it is. Thank you. Love the fucking meme lords that remember that sort of shit. Thank you, Netflix. Yeah, you got ghosts in your blood. Do some cocaine about it. It's a fucking brilliant meme. It really is. And just because I love this headline. This headline's fucking brilliant. Contagious president has succeeded at escaping his captors like a zoo animal. The reports were correct. Trump has announced that he'll be leaving for the White House at 6:30 p.m. There's no indication that he's no longer contagious. It would be very surprising if he was, given his symptoms and the time of his diagnosis. So, this will be interesting. Nope, but I'm pulling it up. Give me a second.
They've all of a sudden, the blinders have been taken off. They've all of a sudden seen a hell of a lot clearer. They've seen, geez, the reason I was able to stay sequestered in my home is because some black woman was able to stack the grocery shelf.
Well, I mean,
the blinders have been taken off.
He's talking about the, I mean, look, my interpretation, I think it's pretty clear that we should hide the tranks and the kvefe of the hamburgers. Switch out his Adderall. There you go. I think it's pretty clear he's talking about, Netflix, I'd like to see a greater context.
The blinders have been taken.
But it's pretty clear that he's talking about the people who, all of a sudden catch COVID or are exposed to COVID or have a family member who have COVID, and all of a sudden the blinders come off and they realize that, the only reason that they're able to stay home and that sort of thing, that, the essential workers are the sacrificial workers. Yeah, I would like the greater context, but...
The reason I was able to stay sequestered in my...
Who is this person? They're a schmuck. I know that. Oh God, and they're like retweeting Dear Abby articles and shit. Oh, this is a Bernie or Buster. This feels like one of these, like, yeah, this feels like one of those accounts. Yes, Netflix. They're adorable. Did that say peace? Yeah, it did. Yes, technically, Mitre, it is. 20,000 Amazon employees caught COVID. Bit of a strong correlation. A little bit. Correlation doesn't equal causation, but I mean, after a certain point, you know. Yes, it was. It was an anti-Vietnam poster on Netflix. Yeah, this war's over. It's okay. No one agrees with it now. Netflix. I hate to introduce you to a few people you'd probably hate. But I have people in my own family that would argue that it was the right thing to do and that the only thing we did wrong is we didn't like glass the entire fucking country. So, I mean, yeah. Yes. I mean, the answer is yes. Straight up, Netflix. Straight up. The answer is yes. Yeah, I don't care. What the fuck? Fact or fiction? Men are born feeling guilty. Catholic and Jewish men are. Others have to learn it. Yes, I was a strict Catholic. All right, fuck it. Yeah. You're never going to get the context from that account because that account is batshit insane to start with nonsense. Yo, and I know Netflix. Gulf of Tonkin incident is extraordinarily well documented. So, yeah. There we go. Yeah, I haven't had any time. I was just like, what the fuck? Yeah, that account is garbage. That's all I have to say. Well, yes, he's an epic jackass, but he's not Trump. So that account is like a Bernie or Buster. It's like never Trump, never Biden. Like that's what that account is about. And I mean, that's just somebody living in a delusionary state who, you know, thinks that somehow we're going to achieve a perfect candidate between now and November or something. That person's delusional. In fairness, if there was a take me to a random Twitter button, you'd mostly find completely crazy people. Twitter is a weird platform. Yes. Delusional. Hear me out, COVID. Nope. I'm just seeing if somebody's built something to like randomly pick a fucking... Nope. All right. Yeah. Just wanted to know. So, mass sea animal deaths in Russia, raised alarms for possible ecological catastrophe. As surfers also report experiencing fever and vomit, the severity of the situation is increasing. It does have a public API, Netflix. Twitter has a public-facing API. It doesn't seem like somebody's built something to randomly select a Twitter account. So there you go. No, I don't believe it's in Python. I believe one of the many ways you can utilize it is in Python, but see, yeah, no, their API, Python, Ruby, Node, it doesn't matter. As long as you're capable of programmatically working with their operators, you're fine. You just need a bearer token. So no, it's not in any particular language. It doesn't have a prerequisite for that. So, an environmental disaster of a yet-to-be-determined cause is looming over Russia's eastern Kamchatka region as locals of the area are reporting encountering dozens of dead sea animals washed up onto a beach in the Pacific Ocean. Okay, but like, how do I delete other people's tweets? Taco, trust me, if we could do that, we'd already have done it. As more and more photos of the dead seals, large fish, octopuses, crabs, sea urchins, and other sea animals surface, and the surfers in the area report burns in their eyes and throats, the severity of the disaster is increasing. Russian investigators stated they were faced with a possible ecological catastrophe. Yeah, I know, something. Where's Cat when you need him for pronunciation? Water typically looks like that, right? That's standard ocean water, right? Doing good work, Russia. This is 2 this year that we know about, plus the radioactive release. Surfers and swimmers who went into the water stated they started feeling ill after swimming. And one surfer, Natalia Danilova, posted an Instagram post on Friday saying she was diagnosed with chemical burns to her cornea, possibly due to the contaminated water. Yes, Taco, you guys had your own marine die-off, but I'm pretty sure you didn't have surfers coming in from shore with cornea burns due to chemical releases. Another surfer, Anton Morozov, talked about the beach's condition, stating he had, quote, blurred vision, dry and painful eyes, and a sore throat 3 weeks ago after going back to the ocean again. He said the situation has gotten worse, with the water not smelling normal and feeling sticky. Oh, Netflix. I live in Appalachia, depending on your pronunciation. But I say Appalachia. My middle name is Fracking Pollutants. That's just water. Hey, they'll be okay. Do you have the classically flammable water? Because that's always a high water mark. Ba-dum-bum. Yep. It's 30% methane at least. Yeah. Yeah.
I can often hold a standard kitchen match to my water, and like I said, it is unpredictable, but the methane randomly travels with the water, and sometimes it will light quite spectacularly. Just like that.
Did you know your water's not supposed to be flammable? Yeah. Aw, they're both in... Now, Kith. Netflix and Curio both in Kentucky. Mitra, yeah, you saw her. Yes, I did. You posted that where they just lit the entire fucking surface on fire, basically. Oh, Jesus Christ, people. Oh, and this is something people should know, just plain and simple. All right, so Clinical Infectious Disease, Oxford academic publication. Here's all you need to know, right? This is the end all be all of it. COVID can survive 9 hours on skin. It survives 15 seconds after exposure to ethanol. So alcohol wipes, 15 seconds, it's dead. If you shake hands with somebody who has it on their hands, congratulations, it will survive 9 hours. So, take that into account. And take into account the importance of hand hygiene. Let's just put it that way. Skin, plain and simple. But we bumped elbows. Yes. It will survive 9 hours on skin. So wash your fucking elbows too then. Nonsense. I'm about to become a drunk again for self-defense. The ethanol has to be topically exposed, not in vivo. So, yeah, you're gonna have to actually look. You can drink the vodka, but splash some of the vodka on your hands too. I'll puke on pee myself too. Actually, the bile and the stomach acid would probably do a number on the virus. It would denature it probably very readily. Damn it! Here I was thinking I was doing the right thing. Oh, and this fucking thing. I talk about politics. People already avoid me. Attaboy. So basically, this dude in Japan was born to wealthy parents, and they switched him at birth with a poor family, and now he's suing them. He's suing the hospital for $371,000 in damages. Basically, two men opposite ends of the wealth spectrum switched at birth. One becomes a truck driver living on government assistance checks, while the other one received a private education and started a real estate business and is successful. And so here's your bootstrap argument, right? Like, here's the, like, oh, it's just working hard. It's just, you know, if he blah, 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 blah. Take the baby from the rich family, give it to the poor family. It doesn't matter how honest, how hardworking they are. He's never going to achieve the same thing as the other ones. Those are the most tedious people trying to convince people that bootstraps is a wholesale idea. Fucking bullshit. Well, that was what it originally intended to mean. I just assembled a comfortable chair, and goddamn it, my life has just improved bigly. Nonsense. The chair is everything, right? Like, this is, one of those chairs, right? Like, it's one of those chairs. Now, you see me shifting around a lot, but that's just because I'm constantly uncomfortable because of my neuropathy. But the chair is amazing, right? Like, getting a quality chair is everything. Oh, and Mitre, the bootstrap thing, first place in my house I can sit comfortably. Nice. Two, getting a new chair has improved my life like 100-fold, says Netflix. Your chair looks nice, breathable. It is. It's the highest end chair you can get without springing for a Herman Miller, which is stupid expensive. Herman Millers in this sort of form factor can easily cost $1,200 to $1,500, no problem. Yeah, I have a good mouse. I have a good chair. You know, I worked IT my entire fucking life, right? Like, I know these things are important. Trust me. I've probably spent half of my life in front of a computer. Like, literally real time. I've probably spent half of my life in front of a computer. Taco, only 2.5 hours until I can sit down. Let's see. I mean, it's the same as a nice pair of shoes for a lot of people, basically. Like, I sit for work in this chair, so I was super over the shitty little one I had. Yeah, exactly. I want to see more streamers with leather couches. I just use vertical mice. Fuck common mice. I don't like vertical mice. My mom has a vertical mouse because she's got a wrist thing. She hurt her wrist a couple years ago. So I got her a vertical mouse. I have an old Logitech MX Master, MX Master. There we go. And like, you can't get this one anymore. The new ones that Logitech has in this line is just fucking, they're not the same. So I'm glad this one's still working, and when it finally starts to go on the click, I'll probably desolder and replace the switch myself to keep this one going. Yes. So yeah, you got a plate in your arm. That's why I use the vertical mouse now. Yeah. And I use, I don't like clicky clacky keys, like a lot of people in IT. I use, see if I can get this to delight for a second. Okay. I use a K800 that, lights up. As you can see, as soon as you get close to it, it's got a sensor all through here that detects you. So I can use it in the dark. But, you know, nice soft button presses. I'm pressing buttons right now. You don't hear it. I don't like the clicky-clacky T-stroke keys, that sort of thing. Yeah, backlit. I have a gamer TM mouse for MMOs and buttons 1-to-1, and so I like it a lot. I've got, let's see, here we go. I've got 3 buttons here, and I've got a button here. So this is a button, and then there's 3 buttons here. This one controls my DPI settings for the mouse, so I can switch them on the fly when I'm playing a game, and then I have these 2 mapped for various things. And then, of course, I've got a button here that controls the scroll, the flywheel, or whether it just spins. And then, you know, side to side, button click there, forward, backward, that sort of things. I'm a mechanical keyboard shill. I will show up in the comments of a membrane keyboard being downright rude to people for their choices. Dude, okay, so no. They're just obnoxious, especially in an office setting. Like, they're just clack, 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 clack. Well, I like the tactile feedback. Well, how long have you been typing that you need that level of tactile feedback in your key to know the keystroke happened? If there's anything Dad loved more than Serenity, it was a big 2-stroke engine on full throttle. Smell that 2-stroke? Yes, me Trey. Yeah, and so yeah, I've got my speakers are Klipsch speakers, Klipsch Pro Media. Yeah, like mechanical cherry red or cherry blue, but not in an office. Dude, not even in my house. Like, I don't need that shit. You have a good night, Taco. I'm sorry, I just saw the green. I'm sorry. You have a good night, Brooke. Sleep well. Good luck to you. Watch out for the crazy fuckers on your highways. It's whiteways to me now. Yeah, do I have... Yeah, I've got a gear list. So my interface is a Rodecaster Pro. My microphone is a Shure SM7B. I use Megami Gold Studio cables. My current webcam is a Logitech Brio. I use Klipsch Pro Media speakers. I've got a Stream Deck XL and, like I said, Logitech MX Master with a Logitech K800. I've got 3 screens that I run. I've got a vertical IPS-rated Dell on the left-hand side for color checking and articles up top, up top and down bottom. And then I've got... let's see. What do I have in the rig? I run an AMD Ryzen 3900X 12-core processor, 32 gigs of RAM. I don't do that much video editing, so I don't need 64. And I've got a RTX 2080 in there as well. NVMe M.2 2 terabyte for my main drive, then an SSD, and then a traditional cylinder drive. Fair. Yeah, and then an iPad Pro over here to the left of me as well. I like my iPad Pro. Jesus, look at him fucking just barely able to breathe. Dumb as sticks. If I had access to the level of healthcare that man has, fucking, I wouldn't leave that hospital ever again. I'd be like, nah, I'm good. I'm moving in. Can't wait for affordable 3070 graphics cards. Yeah, there's not going to be anything that can take advantage of them for a while. And I think you're going to see a trend in gaming in this next coming decade. We haven't been really making huge leaps and bounds in graphical improvement for a while. All that's left is really the lighting and resolution size, right? If I moved in, could I take your tank? Hello, Maddie Learns. Welcome. I think you're going to see a lot. I think you're going to see a trend in gaming this next decade, basically, of just stylized gaming. I think you're going to see a lot of developers pulling back from trying to do hyper realistic and just going for that sort of, you know, various styles. Oh, we're just talking gear right now, Maddie. Like we were just talking about various keyboards and shit we all use, and chairs and that sort of thing. I have a 1070 Ti. Ray tracing might be nice. I gotta tell you, I've got ray tracing. It doesn't. It's who gives a shit? Like legitimately, who gives a shit? Yeah, new cars don't decompress in system RAM. They save for VRAM. Did you see a guy installed Crysis, original Crysis, on in the VRAM on one of his cards, just for shits and giggles? That was fucking hilarious. Mitre, I already see the stylized stuff looks way better too. Plus my gaming stop post stylization. Yeah. And Maddie, if you want to talk politics or anything in particular, you know, feel free to bring any topic up. But we went through a whole bunch of stuff earlier in the stream, and right now we're just sort of geeking out a little bit over gear and stuff like that. Thoughts on liberalism? Neoliberalism, liberalism, classical liberalism, American liberalism, take your pick. Classical liberalism, I have very, very few faults with. Neoliberalism or American modern liberalism, I have a lot of problems with. They're essentially central right, they're centrist right leaning, and they're a compromise position to start with. So what you find in American modern liberalism is people like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi, who have sort of been the handmaidens to the right wing's rise towards fascism and the ever encroaching austerity that has been thrust upon this people. Yeah, like, should we go through the list of fascist check marks? Basically, the liberals are responsible for our fucked up economy and continually being the handmaidens to those that would otherwise screw us over big time. Check the screen. Cult of tradition, rejection of modernism, cult of action for action's sake, disagreement is treason, fear of difference, appeal to social frustration, obsession with a plot, enemy is both strong and weak, pacifism is trafficking with the enemy, contempt for the weak, everybody is educated to be a hero, machismo and weaponry, selective populism, and newspeak. We meet all 14 of those definitions. We check off all 14 of them. And that is due to the conservative right-wing portion of our populace, as well as the liberals in the center continually compromising and allowing for those baby steps to be made. So over my life, we have gone from 6 to 7 of those being checked to all 14 of them being checked. Yeah. Chuck Schumer's a corporation in a pantsuit, just like fucking Nancy Pelosi and Hillary Clinton. They were there for the Patriot Act. They were there for the Iraq votes. They were there for the Afghanistan votes. They were there for the tax cuts. They were there for the 95 crime bill. They were there for the mass incarceration. They were there for the fights against LGBT rights in the 90s. They were there for, I mean, Maya Angelou. When someone shows you who they are, believe them. Hey. I know, right, Taco? Kat and I were talking about it earlier on Discord that full fascist party flip would be interesting to close out 2020. It'd be a nice season finale. But a pole flip would be interesting as well. Alien invasion would be really bingo for me. Oh, what do we got here? Oh, Benzel's live. Oh, he's doing a chill stream, gaming chill stream. Cool. Curio, the only thing I'm liberal with is the syrup on my flapjacks, baby. I mean, you have yet to engage in the dialectic. So, I mean, oh. Yeah, he's high as shit on dexamethasone right now. Holy fuck. I feel 20 years younger. That dude is high as giraffe pussy at this point. Holy fuck. Corticosteroids don't always have that reaction with people. There's no guarantee that you're going to get that reaction. Some people do, though. Some people have full-on, delusions of grandeur while they're on it. Some people, literally, I'm the king of the world sort of shit. Other people can get an energy perk from it. Some people, though, will have have a contraindicated effect as well. Yeah, good thing Trump's immune to delusions of grandeur. So how do you define your liberalism? And how old are you? 2, how do you define your liberalism? And 3, what are the underpinning philosophical points of your liberalism? Curio, I love that. And I will give you plenty of time to type. And if you want to have the discussion, you can jump in Discord, jump into the Discord server, and you can have that conversation. If you feel you're at some sort of disadvantage, and you'd rather vocalize rather than type, oh come on. I'm 24, and my liberalism is access to freedom and self-determination without the expense of causing harm to others and being capitalist. We could talk over voice chat if you want. That's just morality, not liberalism. It's saying Curio. I'd even moderate it when I say my voice is soothing. Oh, boys. This is, Netflix, I love it. I'm sorry, Tago, I love it. Fiscally anarchist, socially, I don't socialize. Yeah, Mitra, you're probably one of the few. I do agree with that. What am I seeing here? Oh, that's Mitra's itty bitty shitty mouse. Jesus, Mitra. That's like a mobile mouse. Like it literally is designed. Oh God, I hate those. They never fit my hand. That's why I sent it, just to torture me, right? Just to torture me. Trust me, if I had stupid money, I'd just be sending all you guys fucking top end gear all the time. Like, here you go. Curio wants a track out of Mitre with Trump's wheezing. That's fucking hilarious. I used to order European peripherals because they're way bigger. Like Rocat mice are thick chunks. Oh, Mitre's doing it. Cool. The Rocat mice have me feeling like I'm using one of those comically large old people remotes. My mama karaoke's down there to the Carl's Jr. You arthritic? Nah, I just like this for some stupid fucking reason. This one fits my hand, right? Like you can see, like that literally fits my hand perfectly, which is exactly what you want out of a mouse. That's why I like the old school, like the 360 controller. This fits, right? Like this works for me. Again, you could be in voice chat. I saw you join the server. Jesus, Mitre. Well, I mean, why'd you join the Discord if not to engage in the dialectic? Slightly weird. See, in an American context, liberalism is not liberalism. That's why we have to ask you whether you mean classical liberalism or modern American liberalism. Because modern American liberalism is neoliberalism, and neoliberalism takes on a whole other facet of qualities that classical liberalism doesn't. Classical liberalism has more in common with libertarianism and anarchism than it does very much neoliberalism. But Taco, just join voice chat. You can't join on air. I will have to move you there. So just join voice chat. Yo, I know it does, Magi. You are there. You go. And I'm in there with you as now. Howdy,
Hi.
Maddie.
Hello.
Let me adjust your volume here.
Yeah, tell me if you need me to like speak up or like quiet down
Nah,
or what.
I can tweak your audio. You're good either way. Just speak whatever comes naturally to you, and I will adjust around that.
Okay. Sounds good.
Netflix. I've implemented a few safety measures, as it were, recently to classify and handle people who subsequently joined the Discord server. I appreciate the concern though. So let me just catch up to a few chat, blah, 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 blah. All right, so I will give the floor essentially to you before I go into any of my spiels. Is there any sort of, how would you define your liberalism?
I mean, do you just want me to repeat what I said in like text chat?
Well, I mean, that's 7 words. Attempt slightly more verbose definition, some of the underlying qualities, because liberalism is a large topic. It dates back hundreds of years. And so it's garnered a whole host of add-ons and modular components over the years, all the way up to being classified as neoliberalism, which takes on even more qualities that aren't necessarily in line with the classical liberal tendencies. So, sort of, how do you live your liberalism? How do you ascribe? What do you ascribe to your liberalism, and how do you follow it through?
Yeah, I would say that a lot of the ways in which a liberal gets thrown around in sort of an American context isn't sort of, in alignment with like either neoliberalism of like the 70s or 80s or classical liberalism. It seems as though, liberal gets used to mean obviously quite a few things. I guess for me, though, I wouldn't call myself a classically liberal or a neoliberal, and we could get into the reasons why. But to be fair, you might call me a neoliberal. I don't know, depending as to the way in which you view things. But for me, my liberalism is like general principles of like progressive social values. So like that could be either pro LGBT stuff, women's rights, so access to things like abortion, sort of typical things that you would expect out of someone that would say like I'm a liberal in like today in the American context. But like economically, I mean, from your point of view, I'm going to be conservative, or at the very least not leftist, right? I more or less align with capitalism. I'm not very convinced of at least the economic thoughts put forward by like leftists, right? So like I have my disagreements with things like the labor theory of value that leftists put forth and things like that.
What is your disagreement with the labor theory of value?
So it's my understanding that the labor theory of value, right? So you can look at the works of people like Paul Cockshott, right, who tried to put forward answers to transforming socially necessary labor time, and we can get into that, right, into prices, right? But it seems as though when you like look into his work, what you really have is transformations of wages into revenue. And there's entire conversations that have been had between Paul Cockshott and others as to, if the units he's working with are actually the ones that people expect out of it. But I don't know of empirics that demonstrate it. And I'm not very convinced of the, quite frankly, confusing philosophy that goes into why people think it's true.
I mean, okay, so
I'm also one other thing, right? I don't mean to cut you off, but I should also add, I'm also pretty convinced of like neoclassical economics. So
I mean,
at least like the foundations of it.
Well, I mean, so here's Taco, I believe so. Even David Ricardo and Adam Smith utilized the labor theory of value.
Yeah, that's true.
So, I mean, if Marx, Ricardo, and Smith all agree on this concept of the labor theory of value, I for one, I'm just going to run with it to a certain extent, because the fact of the matter is intrinsically, if you have a product, the labor value that goes into it is what defines the product. It is the resource you extract from the people and the resource you extract from the planet that comprises your product. But the resource that you extract from the planet does not arrive at a product without that labor.
I mean, I agree that like labor is a necessary component to making most products.
That's the socially necessary labor.
I mean, so, and I don't, how to put this? So, having read not all of Das Kapital, but having read some of it, right? Socially necessary labor time, as far as I understand it, right, is the idea that since markets approach sort of homogenous forms of work, right? Everybody is sort of doing the same thing, as Marx would put it, right? You have sort of a homogenous tone towards the work that people are doing. In certain sectors of the market, right, this sort of homogeneity of workers results in us being able to look at averages that, you know, laborers in a market perform at, and those averages can tell us, you know, generally how much labor time is going in, because there wouldn't be any direct correlation between just like time and output. You'd have to like consider things like on the average, because not everybody is you know, works identically. So I know leftists use this to refute like mud pie arguments, which is fine, right? The idea that simply because you create a mud pie, we wouldn't say that the time you put into it's valuable. You actually have to create something with use value as well. So I don't want to say that socially necessary labor time is just the labor put into it, but it's like a average within an industry.
Just keeping up with chat. All right. You fuckers are degenerates and you know it. So, all right. So we'll shift off of labor theory of value. We can pivot back to that in a bit. Yes, I am anti-capitalist, by the way, but I'm also anti-capitalist in the same mechanism in which somebody could be anti-feudalist. And most people, one of the problems that I have with today's day and age is that most people can't see their way out of a capitalist society, just the same way that people couldn't see their way out of a feudalistic society. But constitutional monarchism came after capitalism, came after feudalism, and caused the same sort of expansive growth out of feudalism that we saw out of constitutional monarchies into capitalism as well. So, you know, don't let the pursuit of perfection, get in the way, sort of thing. But it is inherently hierarchical. It is inherently exploitative. And this is where my contempt for the capitalistic model comes into play. And liberals hang their hat on capitalism.
You want to elaborate what you mean by like hang your hat? I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that phrase.
Core tenet of liberalism is capitalism.
Okay, you just mean it's like a core tenet. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
It's an.
I mean, we could discuss why you think it's like exploitative. If you want.
It's not, not really for discussion. It's inherently exploitative. Capitalism, it has to derive profit. It has to derive gains. And eventually what you end up is in end stage capitalism is that eventually you have to extract those gains out of the labor market or out of the resource market. And if you're doing it out of the resource market, what you end up with is, children working lithium mines in Africa. Or if you, extract it out of the labor market, you see the minimum wage that hasn't increased in decades.
Okay, and so these are the things that you think are exploitative?
Not think, they are. How is
Okay,
denying
well, I'm not-
somebody a living wage not exploitative?
Well, I guess I'll agree with you right on the first point. I agree that there's exploitation to having child laborers, right? I'll agree with you on that, right? As far as the minimum wage is concerned, I'm not sure what sort of definition we're going with here that results in us saying something's exploitative. Do we just mean like unfair? Like we think it should be higher? I don't know.
Exploitative, serving or used in exploitation. The nature of exploitation, to exploit or someone or something. An act or deed necessary to extract unnecessary cause from someone.
Why is it unnecessary?
Because we live in a world where we could what do we got? Hang on, sorry. From the Bay Area, damn, that's a hell of a username. From the Bay Area, my man. I support the neo-reactionary ideology formed by Curtis Yarvin and Nick Land. I would love to have that conversation. Stick around. Sorry, gotta shake that one off. Why is it exploitative? Because it is. I mean, this is the thing. The current federal minimum wage is not able to provide anybody a living wage in all 50 states. It can't get you an apartment in any of the 50 states at a working wage, let alone take care of your food, gas, health care, and any, God help you if you have child care expenses on top of that. It's literally indentured servitude.
I mean, I know people that work off the minimum wage, so
and they're just loving it, aren't they?
I'm not saying they're loving it, but like I don't understand this language of like you can't live off the minimum wage, like in any of the 50 states. Like,
let me pull the article. Oh, let me pull the study for you.
I mean, I don't know. It just like denies like the reality I live in. Like I know people that like live off the minimum wage, so I guess I'm confused.
National Low Income Housing Coalition. Defines affordable as spending no more than 30% of your monthly income on rent, in line what budgeting experts recommend. Nationally, the NLIHC puts housing wage for 2020, or what a full-time worker must make in order to afford a fair market rental without spending more than 30% of his or her income, at $23.96 per hour for a two-bedroom rental and $19.56 cents per hour for a one-bedroom rental. That means that the average hourly worker who earns even $18.22 cannot afford rent. Grocery store cashiers earning a median wage of $11.61 per hour, while building cleaning workers and home health and personal aides average around $12.94. So these are even above the minimum wage, and they really can't afford it. They're indentured it's indentured servitude at this point on a mass scale. We're working for in a modern neo-feudalistic system for a modern aristocracy. There's no upward mobility. There's no improvement in the pay gains. Productivity has been increasing for decades. The wages have been stagnant for everybody other than CEOs and C-level class employees. And all of this is coming at the cost of third-party countries and generally the climate.
Yeah. Would you mind sending me the article you're reading?
I will send you the. Oh Jesus! It's this jackass fucking. I swear to God, like, who has time to build a bot for this? This fucker like literally rolls around with a bot all of the channels, and just puts out anti-Jewish, like anti-Semitic propaganda.
That sounds pretty bad.
It's an interesting thing to deal with. Let's see. Hang on. Let me handle that guy first, and then I'll send you. It's NLIHC low housing study, but. handle this jackass first. Yes, I did see the Claudia tweets. Nonsense. Fucking, they are hilarious. Okay, so I will send you. It'll be in shared content. All right, so here's an article about it. And oh god, I hate those O embeds. There we go. Pull the O embed, and then you can pull the studies yourself. And now let me handle the Goyim. Jesus Christ, douchebag. I couldn't imagine spending time to build a bot to even do that. Yeah, fuck me, this chair is awesome, says Nonsense. All right, block. Am I correct? Bay Area, Dark Enlightenment. Because if that's the crossover, then yes. But wasn't it? I want to say it was a Cato Institute guy or something that came up with the neo-reactionary title for it. But yes.
Yeah. So you want to talk about this article?
Well, I would encourage you to go to the nlihc.org as well and go to their resource section and read the study as well. But
we can't. I'm just So it's defining affordable as no more than 30%.
Yeah. And when you factor in food, gas, healthcare expenses, and living, that's an appropriate amount.
I mean, it might be. I don't know. I think that a lot of people, as we know, live off of like Section 8 housing, right? So you only have to pay in, a percentage of the income you make in the first place. Obviously, this isn't ideal, but I mean, people can still live off of that.
The argument, though, is that we can do better.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of countries do better than the U.S. already.
Basically, all of them at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like welfare, right, that countries can act that allow for people to, do better under capitalism.
But ultimately, you're just band-aiding a system that is guaranteed. Because let's face it, what the federal minimum wage is about is saying that under capitalism, we would turn you into a slave if we could.
I mean, maybe, I don't know.
I mean, that's what that's about. If I lowered the federal minimum wage to say $3, you better believe a lot of employers are going to lower their lowest wages to $3. I
mean, I really don't know.
That's all that is the.
I don't know what your perspective is on like the supply and demand.
The federal minimum.
I mean,
well, that's why capitalist economists in sort of the Chicago School of Economics like to maintain a 3 to 5% unemployment average in a society. That way, they can stack the supply and demand sides.
No, the reason why I was bringing up supply and demand is I was just saying that if we were to lower it, I'm not necessarily positive people would like pay at the minimum wage. Here in Virginia, right? Like if you go to like Indeed.com or whatever, like most of the jobs are posted for like above minimum wage. Even like a lot of fast food restaurants and stuff like that. That isn't to say that there aren't some places that post at minimum wage, but it seems that even with the minimum wage we have, that's higher than 7. Like most places don't seem to be, offering that little.
I mean, if cost of living kept up with actual productivity, if wages kept up with cost of living and productivity, they'd be at 25 odd right now.
Yeah, there's other ways in which people live, though. I mean, people are able to live off of Section 8 housing, as I mentioned, which isn't great. But, I mean, there's, but I also don't think that like cost of living is like a sort of standard by which companies investigate how much they should pay their workers. I think it's based upon supply and demand interactions.
What the?
But the only point I was
fuck are we
making is
looking
that
at?
I'm not convinced that if we were to drop it to $3, you'd have a whole bunch of companies that are paying $3, since a lot of companies pay above minimum wage as is, and it's like way higher than 3. And this is for like fast food restaurants.
Yeah, I think that seems sus as well. Netflix. I got questions about that. Sorry. I'm having to balance something here, and I think. Yeah. Yeah. This is some race theory bullshit. I'm just gonna drop him right now. Yeah, that book is about some race theory bullshit. Jesus Christ. They come out of the woodwork right around this time. I'm sorry, but you got to deal with the racists in chat first before they start running amok.
Yeah, that's fine.
Fucking, I don't know what that is. Yeah. He's already banned me, Trey, so don't even bother. But yeah, it's some like race theory apologetics bullshit about how you're born into it and blah blah blah. It's just a boring, bigoted hypothesis. Yeah, I kind of agree that the Nat Socials are out. There's a lot of Nazbols online these days. Okay, so let's move away from capitalism. All right. I am fundamentally an anarchist. I am about a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures and a philosophical challenging of authority mechanisms. Right. Liberalism does promote free individual rights and free markets and gender equality and democracy and that sort of thing, but they also really love their representation and their hierarchical power structures. And this is generally where liberalism finds its fatal flaw, is in that representative form of governance. How do you feel about how that operates and how it has unfolded, given all things considered?
I mean, I think that a lot of sort of modern Western countries have forms of representative democracy. We obviously have different views as to the performance outcomes of, I think, these countries, but I would say that there's a lot that do very well. It's not even necessarily just Western countries. You have a number of Asian countries that also do well, although I guess in some sense a lot of them is less likely to see necessarily like a representative democracy of some kind. I don't know exactly the sort of political structure you want. Maybe you want like direct democracy, so I can't really speak to that.
You're probably not in there, but I will fucking pull that as well. Put that in. Oh, Jesus Christ. There's that. You can give that a read some other time. Oh, I was going to say, did O-embeds finally not take? That's my half step, Anarcho-Syndicalism 101, that will sort of go through the tenets of sort of what is syndicalism, what is, what are the temples of anarchism, how you get to it, the autonomy, the equality, the equity, the direct action, the free association leading into the direct democracy, rotation, limited mandates, immediate recalls, sovereignty, inseparable from local assemblies, delegation and federation, and how you handle the scope and size issues therein. And so... Okay. Yeah, it's because, I mean, it literally takes about 25 minutes to explain it. And it takes 25 minutes to tell it, and then it takes about half an hour past that to explain it, because it's something most people aren't familiar with. Because they've...
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding of anarcho-syndicalism is the idea that you sort of have these organizations, that are self-governing. So you'll have like strong unionization, and that sort of dictates economic relations in the market, in which you'll have these sorts of organizations either perform governance, decide economic performance outcomes, and economic planning sort of stuff. That's my general, very, very rough understanding of anarcho-syndicalism.
Yes, but it's the scope and it's the scope and scale issue that a lot of people just have never even encountered. That how do you federate it? How do you set up that? But yeah, you've got sort of a local assemblage. Probably you have a decent understanding of the local assemblage probably.
Okay.
But syndicalism comes from syndicat. It's French for union or trade union. And so that's how I would at least half step the economic side and bring back some sort of equality and equity for the working class within America specifically, and how you start leveling that playing field in the workplace and bringing in sort of a democratic position within that workplace rather than the inherently authoritarian system that exists within the hierarchical structure of the neoliberal, postmodern, hyper-capitalist, however you wish to determine it, but the current set of American economic systems. And you can see success in places like Mondragon outside of the U.S., or you could go local in something like Winco Foods even here in the U.S. as to how worker co-ops set up, how they're how the rate of happiness and satisfaction at the job is greater at worker-owned co-ops, and how they survive downturns in economy better. They are more likely to lower collective wages and lay off and not lay off people. So how they're a healthier organization to survive these sort of tumultuous times to begin with, and then you can sort of go through that and see how you delegate and federate something of that nature. Because once you have that set up on a local assemblage level, you need to regionalize it and then you need to federalize it. And most people, hear in modern America, they hear the word federalize and they start freaking the fuck out because they think federalized federal government, that sort of thing. And they don't have that sort of classical poli-sci education. That's not necessarily what federalization means. And so, it's, the autonomy, the equality, the solidarity, that sort of thing. And of course, I bring to the table the equity argument as well, because equality doesn't mean shit without equity. But that's neither here nor there. And let me just, if you have anything you wish to say, let me just catch up on chat here and make sure there isn't shit fuckery going on.
Yeah, I mean, I think we probably have different perspectives as to what qualifies as fair in the first place. So I wouldn't necessarily agree that worker co-ops in which people have partial ownership of the company that they work at is necessarily more fair. Some of the things you mentioned about worker co-ops, the data does seem to indicate that, but I would be hard pressed to think that we need to switch our entire economic system over to, everything being worker co-ops, simply because we find that the number of worker co-ops we see today, they perform better. I also have concerns about how you end up having things like economic distribution of wealth in a system like that. But we can talk about that.
Well, I mean, economic distribution of wealth would be far more equitable in a system like that because you wouldn't have those C-level employees and you wouldn't have the stock options on it.
Yeah, but I'm not sure how you would end up having in a system like that, right? Funds going into companies the way we have today, right? The way we have today, you're able to have basically equity in the company come from large investors, right?
I mean,
I don't know how you would
you
have
need
that
only
look.
you need look no further than the Mondragon Corporation. They're a 25 billion euro corporation that owns banks and supermarkets and retail chains, and they're a worker co-op.
No, I'm not saying that I don't understand how a worker co-op can work, right? I agree that the Mondragon company does just fine, right? But that's not. I'm saying that. So if you want to generate equity in companies today, people invest in them, and you wouldn't have, you know, private investors be able to invest a bunch into companies, under like a system in which you don't have people that are able to do that in the first place due to everything being co-ops.
Well, what I'm talking about is a half step to get us there. I'm not saying I snap my fingers and tomorrow we forcibly turn all businesses into worker co-ops. I'm saying that this is a Theseusgian-like project. If you're familiar with the ship of Theseus thought paradox, this is a Theseusgian-like project. You piecemeal it, right? You do one here, you do one there, you do another one the next day, you do another one the next day, and another one the next day, that sort of thing. Much like somebody starting their own business and using the business they're currently working at to literally bootstrap it off of. And I use bootstrap in a technical term, not the stupid idiom. What are we talking about here? I'm seeing insults being thrown around.
Yeah, I feel like my
Cool.
point might not be coming through. Or
No, I understand. You're saying you're talking initial capital. How do you start the business? And the initial capital would normally be derived from the workers themselves and/or a community investment.
But then you have to have everybody that's working at that worker co-op, like, put in the initial investment.
And/or community investment.
What if I want like a bunch of equity but few workers?
Then it would have to be explored.
Yeah, but how? Nobody, like, who's going to put that equity into the company?
The same people that build roads. Us.
I think there's somewhat of a loss of communication between us. So, like, let's say, I forget the name of the brothers, but
Yes, you have me, Trey.
the two brothers that ended up developing sort of the Google engine that we use today. If I want to create, it's just an algorithm, right? And I want to have that, effectively take over the web, and I want a whole bunch of equity put in to be able to, start that up to begin with. Like, where's the equity come from? I can't just come from nowhere.
It actually came from.
I actually don't know in that case, but
Yeah, it actually came from a largely taxpayer-funded venture capital company that our government runs. Give me 1 second, and I'll get you the name.
yeah, that would sound about right.
This is the thing. This is what I'm exactly saying is community. The same way,
Well-
a lot of the same place that fucking Musk gets his money, the taxpayers.
Well, is there going to be like a centralized government that funds and puts equity into stuff?
Well, this is what I'm explaining. Like, people really need to learn how federation works on sort of like an anarcho-syndicalistic scale. The scope and scale issue is something that most people can't wrap their heads around because they've never seen it before. And so,
Yeah, like our government today is like, they're able to draw in large funds of money to, invest into companies.
let's see.
So, like, are you going to have something similar to that under your anarchist system? Or?
You easily could have easily have a collective venture that is funded on a federal scale, taken from local assemblages, that is doled out based on committee and/or mass vote and/or delegate vote.
Yeah. And I think that that would work in many cases, but I think much in the same way that governments can be a large fund, I think that private individuals putting large amounts of equity into companies that happens today, right, allows for the stimulation of new business. That I'm not sure how you would get something like that out of anarchism.
See, that's the thing this is the problem with capitalism is this constant obsession with growth and new business. And this is what's literally killing our planet. It's a finite system. You have to stop eventually.
There's issues with climate change, but it's not the growth of businesses that is the issue with climate change.
Taco going straight for the jugular with billionaires should not exist. Yeah, I know. No private person has ever not used public infrastructure to make their money. Like this is just how.
What does that mean?
It means that fundamentally the taxpayers have always footed the bill for the startup of every business to some degree or another.
Wait, what? You're denying that private individuals like put equity and large sums of it into startup businesses?
No, we're not denying that at all. What we're saying is that a massive percentage of it comes from taxpayer input via electrical grids, water grids, road systems, telecommunication systems that we helped develop back in the day. All of these sorts of things that have been privatized to this point.
I mean, so you're just saying the majority?
I mean, do you know a business right now that doesn't use electricity, water, or roads?
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there's plenty of businesses that have been started up by like private equity.
Yes, and you could easily replace that equity.
What, is all going to come from the government?
It already does to a huge extent. I mean, pharmaceutical industry receives tens of billions of dollars every single year. ExxonMobil receives hundreds of millions of dollars every fucking quarter from the United States government. Our military is essentially a jobs program at this point.
Yeah, but we can point to examples of like companies that aren't
yes,
like
but we're
this.
pointing to the future. We're pointing to reform. We're pointing to
but
how to
what's better?
change it. And the privatization of capital and the rampant inequality that comes with this sort of postmodern neoliberal capitalism that we're suffering under is a sort of neo-feudal system. It is leading to a greater and greater inequality within our society. It is leading to the further privatization of capital within all across the globe. 9 people basically control half the wealth in this country.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that most equity in companies comes from like the government.
I'm not saying
highly inaccurate.
I'm saying that there's a cost that there's a equitable there's an equity that gets brought to the table by the public funds no matter what you do. Now, some people
I agree that can happen. I just think that you're removing from the market the ability for there to be, private investors effectively.
Yes.
Okay, well, I think that private investors can be a good thing.
I think that inevitably what you end up with is the history of corporations in this country. And if you're familiar, for over 100 years, corporations couldn't exist in the way they do today. Our founders set up a very tight set of restrictions on them. Look to reclaimdemocracy.org for the untold history of corporations in this country. In a 1941 congressional committee found that the unfettered charter of corporations and capitalism in this country was the #1 driver of economic inequality. This is the problem. This is the thing we need to address. It's private. It's private capital.
A huge portion of that can be in the people have put. So if you take a look at Jeff Bezos, for example, net worth, right? You would say that we're very unequal to him, but a huge portion of his money isn't liquid assets that he's just going to buying stuff with. It's mostly to fund companies and things like that.
Which, again, in the original structure and corporate charters that were set up in the United States by our founding fathers, was not allowed. That sort of cross-stock investment and the holding of shares in property by corporations was not allowed. And it has driven the inequality. Even a 1941 congressional committee saw this. The #1 driver for economic inequality in this country is the corporate charter as we use it in its unfettered state today. The reason we have
just having inequality created by people having their investments in a company is a bad thing.
Oh, it's Distrifo again.
Not to mention, we can point to Nordic countries that still have private equity,
and they highly restrict their capitalism under a whole host of regulations.
They provide things like welfare benefits.
They do things like encourage a $25 minimum wage.
Yeah.
which
But
we
those
won't.
things are doable under
Which we,
capital.
yeah, except we won't do them.
It doesn't seem like the issue here is like private equity.
Except we won't do them.
Okay. Well, we should. I mean, I don't. Okay. Like, I think we should. I'm not sure what point you're trying to make with that.
Well, then let's call it because this has become non-productive. And I thank you for joining us and have a great day.
Okay. Have a good day yourself.
Distrifo, I don't remember. I don't remember. No, it doesn't work that way. Sorry. Do I have, where's my landing page? Yep. If you want. Yeah, Taco. Let me check really quickly and see. Yes, it's Finland banned the establishment of private schools. Yeah, it was Finland that did that. You are correct in your recollection. Oh, that'll be fun. Why don't you, I mean, you don't have to, oh, Jesus Christ. Why don't you jump in, Distrifo? I mean, go for it. You don't have to, but I'm putting it out there. It'd be a lot easier. How do you, I mean, it works in a browser. All right. You have questions about abortion that you wanted to ask. When do I think life begins and why, or are you undecided? Life is a continuous process that started billions of years ago and continues through to today. As far as when I consider a human being viable, when they can usually survive outside the womb. But does that dissolve the self-agency and self-ownership of a woman's body? No. No, not at conception. That's fucking stupid. It's a cluster of cells. A genital wart is more alive by that definition than a newly conceived fetus. That's absurd. Automatically happens on disconnect. If you want to be a member of the community, let me know. I can send you an invitation, Maddie. It's a temporary invite. And Taco is saying life begins in the year 3000 with fully insurrectionary luxury intergalactic queer anarchism. I don't disagree. Let me drop that and love that. Love that video. Fucking, gotta leave the hospital to, appease your fucking dumbass cult. God, I love that video. All right. Specificity is everything, Distrifo. So I appreciate you being more specific. When does a baby happen? That's the opposite of being more specific. When does a baby happen? There you go. NIH study on fetal brainwave activity. About 37 weeks. That's when you start to have actual brain activity. Prior to that, it's a brain dead fucking lump of tissue. 32 to 37 weeks, depending on development cycle of the baby. It can, life is gray like that. No, I don't want anything to do with children. I worked with children at one point in my life. I don't want anything to do with them. Well, I mean, if you technically want, here's the thing. Because without the brain, nothing else survives, right? Like, why the brain activity? Because if I give birth to a thing and it doesn't have if it doesn't have brain activity, it's called brain dead and it doesn't survive. It's a fucking vegetable, right? Like, if it were a fully grown adult and it didn't have any brain activity, we'd fucking pull the plug. Yeah, me try. Don't give them ideas. No, I just hate children. Not my thing. That's somebody else's deal. Oh, good. My wire got here. Cool. I'm rebuilding the distiller. No, that's a fucking straw man argument if I've ever seen it, Distrifo. That's fucking stupid. I'm sorry. Like, it just is. Like, I mean, the baby will not survive outside the womb. Like, it's brain dead. Do you want your child to be on life support for the rest of its life with literally no brain activity? That's not a baby. That's not a human. That's not something that can come to fruition. That is a failed attempt. Anything prior to that, yeah, whatever. Who cares? BT8. Well, when you prove to me that there's a sky, there's like Sky God with Sky Cake waiting for you empirically, that all of it exists, that it doesn't come out of a magic book. No, nothing out of the magic book. When you can prove to me that the soul gets breathed into the body at conception, when you can empirically prove the soul, then we can start having talks. But for now, we have to deal with objective reality. And the objective reality is what we can measure. And what you're talking about is removing the self-agency and the right to self-governance of the woman. You're turning the woman into a brood mare. So yeah, I'm a little more for women's rights than that. Sounds like a Sky God sounds like a really cool username. Sky Cake. No, because the time frame, the gestation period would still be the same. Like, if they created an artificial womb that would bring a fetus to full gestation, would that change your view on when life begins? No, the gestation period is still the same. You didn't magically change anything. You just took the baby out of the fucking woman. All you've done is remove a conflict with the self-agency of the woman. But you haven't done anything to alter the time schedule of the gestation period. Oh, okay, BT8. Fair enough. Sorry I came at you like that. I can't prove that at all, but my point is that with people that do believe the conversation does indeed dissolve into do we have a soul or not, I'm an atheist myself. I mean, that's prove that we have a soul and I'll have that conversation. Otherwise, I believe personally that, you know, I mean, come on. You can't have that conversation. No, it wouldn't. Well, it would alter the livability of an aborted fetus. No, it wouldn't. I mean, you do realize that an aborted fetus doesn't survive, like the cellular structure doesn't survive the process, right? Like they're not going to be transplanting the aborted fetus. It's sort of a weird... Okay. I took this up there. Taco, speak for yourself. I won my friend's soul in a snooker game. All right, so let's... I'm going to kick that off.
Achieved with CryEngine.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Can I do... you know what? I'm just going to turn my master volume down in my ear. There we go. That'll do it.
Greetings, Seeker. Your next contract is Dr.
Oh, for God's sake.
Alikhanova.
Come on.
An expert genetic engineer, she runs a research laboratory inside the Arakcheya fortress on Shenikov Island. Anthanasia and her colleague, Dr. Nikita Zaitsev, have recently announced the creation of the world's first genetically edited babies.
No, as in survive bare minimum. Can it live on its own? All right, so where am I? Like, not will it survive in the wilderness when the bears come for it, but just bare minimum. If we lay this thing on a fucking table, is it alive? Now, I would argue that, it's behind me, I would argue that a mass of cells that has no brain activity, that has no chance whatsoever for any future life, that has no chance to actually have any developmental or mental growth whatsoever, that will never be able to carry a conversation, that will never be able to take any of the, there we go, that will never be able to learn math or read or communicate or enjoy pleasure or experience pain or any of these things that are fundamentally human is not alive.
I see why they call it a fortress. And why she placed her personal laboratory inside.
Over there! Please, don't!
There we go. All right, one of these is a dupe. One of these is a fucking impersonator stand-in. All right. Yeah, it could do all those things if a woman chose to let nature take its course for 9 months, but it's up to the woman to allow that to happen. And even the Bible, by the way, has instructions for abortion. Like the only thing the Bible actually says about abortion is how to do abortion. I agree, Taco. 100%. No, I'm just gonna... You have to pry my dick from my cold dead hands, says Netflix. Alright, what am I dealing with here? So, I mean, we've beat this horse dead, and now we're just beating a dead horse. So you've got my answer. You're not changing my mind. And now you're coming up with weird hypotheticals like, well, what if we create an artificial womb and we rip the fetus out of the woman and we successfully transplant it into the artificial womb? What then, Kai? Like, I'm done with that line of questioning. It's become absurd. Yeah, but the woman has the right to be selfish. Hey, Netflix. Great minds. Nice. God damn it, go for a smoke break. One of you smokes and the other doesn't. Can't get a clean on that one. And according to the NIH study, it's... Yeah. Yeah, the first sign of... The first neurological activity happens then. The first sign of brainwave activity, as in an actually active brain, happens 32. According to the NIH, at least. So... There's a huge difference between random neuron firings and actual brainwave. Yeah, it would fucking, I know, right, Netflix? So, here, let me ask you guys this then. Do you believe in the death penalty? Are you anti-war? You're so pro-life here. You're so fucking pro-life. I presume that you're for healthcare for all. That way we can minimize death and suffering in the general populace. Because, I mean, again, you're so adamantly pro-life that you have to be against the military-industrial complex, and you have to be for healthcare for all of our populace, clearly. Because otherwise you'd be hypocrites. And I'm sure you're not that. They're all in pairs. Jesus Christ. Oh, is there anything going on in there? Alright. I will just be patient. And take my time.
I could see Alikanova. Or maybe her double.
Oh, we should have... What is sustainable healthcare?
They're separating.
Alikanova's double wears a dead man's switch that will contact the real doctor if she's killed.
Yeah, one of these has to go for a smoke. Oh, don't tell me I'm going to need to reposition. Just... Come on. One of you spark up. I think it's her. Well, congratulations. Even according to the Koch brothers, if we implemented a Medicare for All style system, it would be, we ran these numbers last week. It was $52 trillion for a 10-year period that we're going to pay out, and it's $34 trillion for a Medicare for All Bernie Sanders style system. This is from the Koch brothers. I think it's her. I'm going to take the shot. So how is the current system sustainable if the current system is going to cost us literally, I mean, $15 trillion extra in 10 years, so yeah. So what do you propose? What's your proposal then? How are we going to get the cost under Bernie Sanders' plan even? We could provide healthcare for all for, significantly less money than what we're doing now. So if you've got a better plan than that, I'd love to hear it.
Congratulations.
Okay. I'm just gonna back up. Just gonna back up. All right, I still have. Yeah, I've still got an objective here. I gotta get to the program data. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, Wagonator. That's a concept. Netflix, love it. Yeah, Betray's comment wasn't grabbed. It was your thing that censored it. You have to turn off the censoring on your own app to do that. It wasn't grabbed by AutoMod. 47 developed nations in this world have managed a sustainable healthcare for all policy. But hey, let's lose Yeah, we're actively defending Finland from Norway right now. That's totally happening. I mean, you know, France is right now we're protecting France from Britain invading it. Lord. Can't believe I'm even having this conversation. All right, so did I drop her in a place that they don't see? Oh, damn it. Got him. Ah, they already went on alert. Got him. But they don't know where I am. So, just gonna hang back. Reposition. Yeah, that's some like, oh, BT8, this is a Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts. Good sniper game, but some janky mechanics. It's iffy on some of the mechanics. And you know what? Let me, give me one sec here. Let me, there we go. All right, so let me just, oh, so, okay. All right, cool. I'm okay with that. There we go. Yeah, you're just missing a mini map in the corner. No big deal. Gotta get down. Gotta get down. You do understand the economics of scale, right? There we go. Ugh, God. And I've... Hold on. Give me one sec. There. That's better. Oh, I see you over there, motherfucker. 200? 200. $145. There we go. Oh. Well, yeah, they're reacting like shit because they have no idea where I am, Netflix. It's a silenced rifle, and they've yet to actually see me. So, yeah, right now they're just scrambling. They have no idea. Their main target has been dropped, and they're just scrambling. Can I make it through that glass? Haha, I can. Well, thank you, BT8. No, I'm not actually familiar with Benjamin Dixon, but I will check him out. Yeah, let's switch ammo types here. And then you are 160. Got him. Tag, you're it, bitch. Anarchistic Republic of Kospaya, the Ukraine, Korea. I mean, you know. There we go. There should be one more of these guys. There we go. That's all the heavies down. Peace. Alright, now I should be able to get into this facility a little easier. Where's my route in? Nope. That ain't it. I mean, I see that down there, but Jesus Christ. Since Cat's not here, if anybody in chat gets tired of anybody, just let me know. The regulars, just let me know if you're tired of playing, and then I will do what I need to do. But in the meantime, I'm going to so what are we, 83? All right, cool. I'll just drop that. Yep. Yep. We're already paying out more. You do understand that, right? It's a reallocation of funds from the private sector to the public sector. We're already paying more and getting less. If you implement, even as the Kochs pointed out, a Bernie Medicare for All style system, you save over $10 trillion over 10 years period, and you cover more people. It's a reallocation of funds, not extra funds. And it results in a net savings across the board. This is just like math. Oh, lovely. Oh God, now we're having a homogenous society argument. Jesus Christ, people. Yeah, I'm gonna... Alright, yeah, I just did duck out of the way. Alright, screw it. Where is this person? I think they may be down here somewhere. Oh my... Oh, no, no, no. I was gonna say, am I trapped down here? Yeah, it's him. All right. Oh, fuck me. Well, it's not like anybody's out here. They can't see me. There. They are on alert now. There we go. Like, I know I can fix, you know, I was tempted to. Alright. Bet I can shimmy up that. Yes. You know what? Yeah, there we go. I don't need that close. It's fucking weird. Yeah. How would a bot be giving those sorts of complex answers? You're a fucking idiot. You're a bot, bro. You're a bot. Prove you're not. Wagonator, I think you're a bot, bro. Prove you're not. As I say, this isn't. Yeah. Okay, so I control the cameras now. I don't have to worry about that. I think I need to confirm my target, though. Hey, what's up, bro? You got any money? Alright, where was she? She's over here somewhere. see that one. All right. What do we got? No. It's like they don't get it, me, Trey. Bested by a bot. Most tedious part of the assignment process, writing out the references. Oh, God. It's okay. Oof. There we go. What the fuck? Come on, dip that little head out again. Yeah, just like Trump was standing up to Putin. Come on. Because they're in a cult, Taco. You know that. Jeez. This facility is bigger than I expected it to be, quite frank. Really? So I can't hit her, but she can hit me. Interesting. Bitch. Oh, missed that entirely. Hey, you know what? There. Oh, Taco finally gets to go home to his chair here in like 20 minutes. would I... God, I would never use that shit. Ah! Didn't mean to do that. NIH study brainwave activity, children 32 to 37 months. Or fetuses 32 to 37 months. There you go. Alright. Now, was there anything in here? Who the fuck is seeing me? Really? There we go. All right. Yep, it's here.
All data deleted.
Choose an extraction point. I'm uploading the coordinates.
Sweet. Contract complete. I'm out. I've been meaning to get this done for fucking months. Alright, where's my nearest extraction point? Stopped playing like a few months ago, a couple months ago, something like that. I've been meaning to get it done. Really? Like there's... They're all... Like, couldn't give me one here, could you? No. Yeah, no way I'm gonna make that. Alright. Alright. I think I can make that. Yes. I'll heal back up pretty quickly. Or I thought. Jesus. You know what? We're just gonna do this. Whoop. Alright. There should be an extraction point somewhere over here. And then that's what we're gonna do. Great. That's what'll happen. I'll get fucking clipped by a mine on my way out. Yeah. Voila. Ooh. That's not bad. Yep. Turn the DPI down. Jesus Christ. Christ, it's in my way. Hang on. All right. NIH Biomedical Imaging and Bioengineering. New technology reveals fetal brain activity. 32. This is what you want to look for. Paying attention. 32 to 32 weeks is where it leaves the default mode of neuroactivity, which means it actually starts taking up, it starts having actual patterns of brainwave activity. Prior to that, it's just in what's called a default mode state. Oh, jeez, ow. And I'm gonna do, like, that's pointless for the podcast. So, as always, KaisThings.com, KaisThings.com. Hope you're as well as you can be. Till next time, guys. There we go. All right, I'm not signing off, just so you know. That was just me closing out the fucking audio portion. All right. In fact, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna change that, and I'm gonna change the tag on the show. There we go. Update. All right. There we go. I kind of want to go back and do some of these, like the Altai Mountain stuff. Oh, that harbor. Complete all contracts without raising the alarm. Kill enemies using mines. Blow up enemies. Perform chain kills. I still haven't really. The chain kill thing is a pain in the ass. Let's see. Do that. All right. Oh, I should, oh, no. Yeah, all right, loadout. Can I remove... development... Or is this just, part of it? Is there any way I can... No, that's... I hate the bipod on this thing. Alright, let's see. Development. I've got... I still only got 2 of those to spend. I wanted... No, it was one of these that I wanted, but none of those were proving interesting. That's useful. Yeah, I don't have enough skill points for that one. Contracts. Skill points. Jesus Christ. Disable a tunnel electronic. Death from above. Kill heavy enemies. You only get 1 skill point for killing 10 heavy enemies. That's bullshit. Sabotage the train without raising alarms. What do I have back here that I could grind out really easily? Interrogate some officers. Gas some enemies. What am I seeing here? What am I looking at here? Let's start the contract just so I can see the... Wait, why are we... All of this should be preset. Why are we re-choosing difficulties? I forget. I don't even remember what fucking level I was playing on. Whatever.
Greetings, Seeker. Your next target is the Siberian Prime Minister himself, Nergui Kurchatov. Since independence, Kurchatov has been developing a radical AI-controlled hypersonic missile defense system. Kurchatov and his chief strategist, Xenik Alikhanov, plan to implement this system along Siberia's borders with China, America, and Russia. However, the recent assassinations have forced them to advance their plans. Siberia's rulers fear that their national enemies will use this period of political unrest to annex parts of the country. So Kurchatov is deploying the missiles immediately, despite caution from the military that the system has not been fully tested. The first consignment of missiles will be transported by train from the Sibirskaya 7 railway junction. To mark this occasion, Kurchatov is visiting the site to broadcast a speech to the nation. This will be your best opportunity to terminate him. Alikhanov is also on his way to Sibirskaya 7. He too must be eliminated. Finally, we require you to disable the transport train and to find any evidence that this missile system is being implemented without appropriate trials. Keep a steady hand, Seeker.
It's a beautiful country. It's a pity it's all falling apart.
If you're concerned with this country's fate, killing Kurchatov should be your priority.
Swing around there and handle that. 'Cause that's going to be heavily handled. I got objectives over here anyway. Okay, he's over there. That's the intelligence. There's the train and... Okay. Let's do a quick scan.
I can see the power plant.
Kurchatov is broadcasting his speech from the offices there. There are two routes, Seeker. Your choice.
It's nice not to be in snow again. Jesus, that snow was a bitch. Frozen water and shit you could fall in, and I fell through the map one time into just frozen water and froze to death. And in this game, when you restarted a checkpoint, all your dead bodies, which have all the loot on them, go away. Alright. Bitch, get on my way. What the fuck? Like I said, there's some jank mechanics to this game. This is not like, you know, top tier fucking game. It's got some good shooting mechanics though. I do like that. Peace. Catch you later, Distro. Stay the fuck over there. Oh, I bet I could chain them. I don't know how, though. Alright, so it's E to interrogate, F to take down. And then it's like, pick a direction or something. It's been forever since I've done a chain takedown. Dude. That guy's looking at me. Alright. Just gonna slowly back up. Alright, so how can I get to them? Fuck it, YOLO.
Who's that?
There we go. Oh, I whiffed that one. Oh my god. I am a failure. I cannot believe I whiffed 3 of those shots. It's just because I was pushing it too hard. Still jacked. I got a fucking takedown thing. Alright. Hustle over here and try and get a reposition. There we go. What? Hello? Change weapons. There we go. Yeah, I'm toast. 3 snipers took me out once the fucking drones saw me. I did not know we have drones on this level. That was not in the brief. Alright. Bring you back down. Oh, alright. Now that the boring, I'm sorry, that started boring me. That's why I checked out. Like, I completely checked out when we were still fucking hammering, you know, whether or not we should. Yeah, it was boring. It was fucking boring. Like, I just couldn't, at a certain point, tolerate it anymore. I'm like, I gotta play a video game or something. Thank you, BT8, and Mitre, thank you. I'm not sure what you said, what you did, but thank you nonetheless. Let's filter that. Throw some music on in the background. See what the fuck's up? Yeah, I hate that, whatever that is. Yeah, I had to check out. I after listening to the same religiously based fucking pro-life, anti-abortion, anti-woman talking points for fucking 20, 30 minutes, I just had to check out. Like, that was pointless. Oh. Ugh. I still love seeing him struggle breathing. Oh, oh yeah, the I am a failure. Oh, I whiffed that one. Oh my god. I am a failure. Yeah, I was too anxious on those shots. Whenever I released the breath on the end of those shots, there's a jerk in the cursor movement, and I just wasn't taking my time. I was impatient, and as a result, I whiffed 3 of those shots and set off a whole sequence that basically ended up getting me killed. So yeah. That was very not Hitman of me. Yeah. Z's mask was slipping. The rest were just indoctrinated. BT8 says, I can't have an intelligent conversation about it with people in my family. It's a Mormon family. Hey, I've got 3 Mormon families around me in my neighborhood, like literally around me. 1 across the street and 2 behind the house. And they argue bad faith. They always want to have the soul or no soul argument, which goes nowhere, obviously. Oh, I'm sorry. 3 families. Hang on, let me do the math. 6, 14, 21 children. 3 families, 21 children. One of the families bought like one of the vans that do the airport pickups, like the shuttle vans and shit, just to move their kids around. It's absurd. Eat temazam, some muscle relaxants like real soldiers. Yeah, BT8. Or where? I mean, they're all over the country, but where are you from? Are you Utah Mormon, or are you like mid-country old school Mormon? I know you're atheist now, but you know what I mean, family-wise. Are you pre-Zion Mormon, or are you post-Zion Mormon? I'm in Utah now, but I grew up in Vegas. Right? Hey, it's where I am. So, no, I know why you guys are here. The mob brought in I've told my channel before, the mob brought in the fucking Mormons to run the books because they didn't drink, they didn't smoke, they didn't gamble. They felt that they could trust them, without getting into the vices. So yeah, there's a huge Mormon contingent here. Yes, they are. The contingent they brought here were super strict. They were fundamental. Yeah. Let's that is true, Mitrai. And I like that they don't trust a whole lot of shit. See what this is. Yeah, Mormons are some of the few people that successfully said fuck you to capitalism by acting socially, and then they embraced it and made $1 billion slush fund for their church. Yeah, I know. Some of their early policies were straight up communist, yet they all go right these days. Tell me about it. I mean, Scientology, and welcome, Double Samson. Scientology is no more or less of a scam than most of the other religions. They just happen to be newer, that's all. At least their founder was upfront about he was going to run a con. I mean, the dude literally said, he said, you know, I'm going to create a religion, and then he created a religion. He was a fucking science fiction author, for Christ's sake. But, yeah. Oh, Jesus. Taco, my uncle is Mormon. Why am I... You know what? Hang on. Chat. There we go. And since nobody's actually in, I will bring that over. There we go. Taco says, my uncle is Mormon, does recreations of some Puritan thing dressed in thick black wool in the Aussie summer. Really batshit insane. And BTA saying, that sounds fabulous. Yeah, welcome, Double Samson. Scientology is no better or worse than any of the other ones, right? I mean, they all abuse women, children, power. They use it as a get-rich-quick scheme. They use it to control people. I mean, Scientology is just like any of the other religions at this point. It just happens to be new. God, I love that. Yeah, he's doing great. Better get off the stage quick, Trumpy. Get back to that supplemental oxygen. Jesus Christ. So how'd you find your way out of the Mormonism, BT8? Was it that, was it the infamous pamphlet, or did you just wake up one day and go, oh, well, this is fucking stupid. I'm tired of this shit. But I know there's an infamous book or pamphlet or something that the ex-Mormons, tend to move around. I don't know it off the top of my head. I just know it, like, by reputation. The CES letters. There we go. Yes, I have seen this this turn of phrase before. There we go. Everyone's given up on hating Scientology. I think we email QAnon and get them to kill Scientology. Scientology would put QAnon in the fucking ditch. 100%. QAnon's just a bunch of fucking redneck right-wing morons, right? It's a bunch of internet 4chan trolls. Scientology is $1 billion enterprise. Scientology would put QAnon in the fucking ditch. Yeah. Scientology and Westboro did shady stuff to all their detractors. Westboro isn't even the same fucking league, right? Westboro isn't even playing the same sport as Scientology. Don't get me wrong. They're pieces of shit too, but they're not. I mean, that's comparing like your fucking like work softball league with a Major League Baseball team. No, you're not doing the same thing. Yeah, let's do some, well, you know what? Let's do some synthwave, just because, why not? QAnon people have, okay, there may be crossover between QAnon and oppressors of black people for centuries, but QAnon has not been keeping black people down for hundreds of years. That is a unequivocally false statement. BT8, I've always been a science nerd, though. I read too much Sagan et al. And, I'm sorry, et al. And eventually realized that the Oogie Boogie stuff wasn't real and wasn't for me. Send me a link. Me trade to anything that you'd want played on air. just load it into my DMs and I'll throw it on. Oh, wait, can I? Oh, that's controlled from there. Oh, I just found something in OBS that's fucking super useful. Cool. Yeah, I mean, it's not like Joseph Smith was convicted of fraud or anything. And I mean, it's not like the whole fucking thing is a goddamn scam. I mean, you know, oh, no. God sent me magic gold plates that only I can read with these special glasses. Can I see them? No. Only I can look at them. But trust me, they exist. I mean, the whole fucking thing is... Download as a zip. Oh, wow, that's slow. All right. All right, grabbing it. I can't believe fucking... I can't believe we had to do the abortion thing earlier. Like, oh, man. Hey, and mad props to you guys in chat for fucking keeping up the abortion shit. Because I checked out on that entirely. It's a personal property issue. The woman has the right to do whatever the fuck she wants with her body. I don't care. If she wants to kill the fucking kid, she can kill the fucking kid. And as far as I'm concerned, it's not a goddamn kid until it's born. But those assholes never settle for as soon as it emerges from the vagina. They're all about, I mean, you see, like, you give them a fucking inch, they take a goddamn mile. Hey, how about if we go for brain activity? Well, the soul enters at, or what if we transplant it to an artificial fetus? I mean, they're all about these fucking just douchebag bad faith arguments. So, you know, yeah, at a certain point, it behooved me to maintain my own sanity and check the fuck out. When you get onto debunking stuff with science, whether it's alien, psychics, etc., me Trey, dude, I'd say let them have 2 weeks or so post-birth. Can we like, how old is William Barr? There we go. All right. So let's say, can we have 3,900 week term abortion? Just saying. Tangent, but yesterday was Labor Day in my state, and it makes me mad because it's so disconnected from May Day and class solidarity. Oh, you've got one of those too. We also have one of those Labor Day compromises that was made so you don't, so they don't invoke the actual May Day or, you know, proper Labor Recognition Day. Yeah, we got one of those. All right, you can shut up. Volume in SoundCloud. Doesn't appear to be. SoundCloud have an independent volume level? I mean, they've got a player. Yeah, I know. It's fucking, it's not how you celebrate fake Labor Day. I don't recognize it. I do a thing on May Day, telling the Haymarket Affair, Haymarket Massacre, telling the story. I do an episode on that on May Day, and then on Labor Day, I fucking just sort of, I tell how it's fake and I move on. to do that.
What's the password?
Jackasses. Alright. Oh. Alright, let's check my feed here. Let's see if the world... we'll see if the world ended while I was playing Sniper Ghost Warrior.
What's the password?
We have different Labor Days in different states in Australia, like the Queen's birthday public holiday is different by state. That seems fucking weird. Like, I mean, yeah, that seems weird. I mean, I get it. We have state holidays and federal holidays, but Labor Day is a federal holiday here. And I would imagine the Queen's birthday public holiday would be controlled at some federal level for you. Did this download yet? Mega completed. What was it called? All right, cool. Hang on. Give me 1 sec here. Drop that there. And then I'll push this over here and bring that back. And now I will slide it over there. All right. There we go. The Queen, our figurehead, has like 8 birthdays a year, according to us. No wonder she's so old. That's weird. I don't you know, yeah. I get why, but it just seems strange. She's like the federal figurehead. Like, she is the monarch. You'd think that would be controlled at a federal level rather than the state level, but, you know, it's all fucking bureaucracy, right? It's all inefficient and fucking makes no sense whatsoever. Alright. Oh, what do we got? Well, Trump has returned to the White House, immediately took off his mask while is still infected and communicable with COVID-19, putting all of the White House staff further at risk. Love it. Oh yeah, I love that fucking number. Here you go. If you want to be angry, Jeff Bezos spent $165 million on his house. But wait, that cost him 1/8 of 1% of his fortune. So if you make $60,000 a year, that's like buying your house for $75. In case you wanted to be pissed. Do we have a link on that? Because that's fucking hilarious.
Hosted a podcast.
Perfect.
Rudy Giuliani's Common Sense. Mayor, you heard Joe Biden there. He says if the scientists say it's okay, he is going to be up for the debate. President Trump has said that he wants to be there on October 15th. We all witnessed that debate up close in the arena there. How is this next one going to look different? How would you like it to look different?
I don't know, Martha. The last one was going to be historic, I think, as a debate. Probably a lot having to do with the pent-up emotions of both men going into it. I think the next one I'm absolutely certain is going to be more, let's say, within the rules. I think they both realize that they accomplish more that way. But the reality is, when I hear that response, that Joe is going to listen to the
He's got
experts and be guided and be determined, and then the president is going to do it. I mean, I was the mayor of New York City. I don't always listen to the experts. The experts aren't always right. Nobody elected the experts. They elected you. I'll give you an example. Scientists may want you to shut down out of an excess of caution, but you may realize that the damage of shutdown is greater than if you don't shut down. In other words, you're going to kill people. People are going to die of suicide. So there are no experts on governing.
I understand what you're
There's no experts on governing. They're called political science scientists and civics majors. There's literally experts on governing.
No such thing as scientific rules for governing.
I understand what you're saying, but you know,
And I find that what that tells me the difference between a man who's never been an executive, Joe Biden, 47 years, doing basically nothing in Congress,
ASJW,
and a man who's been an executive who has to make decisions for other people.
But when you look at the polls, and I know that you know everybody questions the polls, but pretty
no. I just wanted to pause it for
Joe
this
Biden
video,
does
Mitra. It's going
outperform
back
the
on after
president
this
on the
video.
who would handle COVID better. So there seems to be a lot of appetite for people who think that the president has been.
Hey SJ,
not
jump in
serious
chat.
enough about
Jump in
following these
Discord
guidelines,
chat.
At least if you believe those
Voice
numbers.
chat, whatever.
Well,
you know what the fuck I'm talking
I don't
about.
know. Given the experience of the last couple of elections, particularly the one in 16, I don't know personally how much credit to give any of these polls. I can see why people might favor the Biden approach because they've been frightened so much. I mean, they've really been traumatized by, at the beginning,
Just jump in voice chat if you're up for it.
And I think this is largely
No
the
worries, either way.
Democrat governors and mayors. They just want to keep up this shutdown for reasons that no longer are scientific. There's nothing scientific about closing schools right now. In fact, it defies the science.
Well,
So
New York is talking about closing
there's a
them down
political
again, and there's
purpose
a
to
big
it.
battle going on that. So we'll see. We'll see where it goes. There is a lot of interesting indications that the lockdowns were overdone in a number of ways.
Can I get a
Mayor Giuliani,
progress
thank you
bar?
so much for your time. We'll look forward to having
Thank
you
you,
back, and I
Marty.
hope
Thank you
that
for the
cough is not
coverage.
anything
It's very
bad
good.
where you're waiting for your test.
That cough is not anything bad. You're waiting for your tests. You do you, bro. That's fucking hilarious. Oh, these fuckers. These fuckers are fucking brilliant. I swear. Yeah, Giuliani's coughing through his fucking interview, sounding kind of raspy, doing a few of those. I swear. I wish they just didn't have the best health care in the world. It's fucking ridiculous. Let's see, what do we got? Man. Apparently sport ball things are happening. Yeah, a lot of sport ball stuff happening. Dude, the Conway thing is so fucking... I'm sorry, she's such an evil cunt. She told her daughter to her face, no, I tested negative, and then had to announce to the public she tested positive and gave it to her own daughter. Like, how evil of a bitch do you have to be to do that? I just, that's astounding to me. Meh. Dude, you can almost hear him wheeze from here. Double Samson, liberals need an InfoWars. All right, one, not a liberal. But I hear ya. The leftists could use one. Dude, AJ, Alex Jones, AJ was a very effective propagandist. There's no denying that. he was very good at what he did for a long time until he went completely off the fucking rails. And, you know, but yeah, if you could, I've argued on this channel before that leftists need to adopt more right-wing tactics. They need to be more Machiavellian in their approach. They need to get shit done. And AJ is one of those examples of getting shit done, for sure. Maybe if you don't have all the hawking of the like mercury-laced pills and pseudoscientific like quackery that he sold every 5 minutes on his fucking show, you know, a little more propaganda, a little less like QVC. But I feel ya. Oh, fuck, that's BuzzFeed. Oh, it's BuzzFeed News, which admittedly does better work than BuzzFeed. But do they have a reference? Robert Wachter. Hey, Lynx. It's going okay. It was, I got bored and I had to play some, like, sniper video game earlier because I was having to, like, deal with people who were, you know, arguing in bad faith and moving the goalposts on the abortion argument. And then, like, Wagonator was in here and he was fucking doing his typical, like, oh, you leftists are so you know, yeah, it was, dude, well, when do the soul enters the fetus at conception? Yeah, well, prove to me the soul fucking exists in the first place. Until then, it's about a woman's bodily autonomy and her right to self-agency, as far as I'm concerned. But I compromised with you know, brainwave activity coming out of the default mode state at 32 to 37 weeks. I'd be willing to talk about, but even then. They argue in bad faith and move the goalpost. Then it became, well, what if we developed an artificial womb and we transplanted it? I mean, it was just, so I just pulled open a video game. And yeah, and also if like if that were true, God's the most prolific abortionist. You know, there's no debating these people. Well, yeah, you brought it up, BT8, but they ran with it, right? Like, that's the thing. You brought it up, but they ran with it. They were okay with that argument. So, you know, I'm perfectly fine with you baiting them out like you did. Yeah, it was, you know, it was so fucking boring that I literally just, I pulled open like a sniper assassination stealth game. Sniper Ghost Warrior Contracts is the actual title. And just started playing and ignoring them. And chat kind of played with them for a bit. I got so bored. We had a neoliberal sort of like hyper-capitalist, you know, apologist for the capitalistic model in at the very beginning. And I mean, there was no shared ground and the conversation was completely non-productive. It was just, you know, well, why would you, how would you, you know, like, you don't understand. I'm talking about eliminating private capital in the investment process of businesses and, you know, development of co-ops. Well, how are we it was just no shared ground whatsoever. So I can find more shared ground with a fucking alt-right psycho right-winger than I ever can with a liberal. It's insane. How do you do capital without capital? See, in this, you don't. That's the point. Like, you just don't. Private capital, by the way, is the way to go with that. You could do public capital, which is how you could easily set up public investment systems. So if you wanted to do, you know, small business loans or development loans or venture capital loans at a public level, you easily could. And you could take it out of the hands of private capital. I think, see, that's the thing. Yeah, the neolib name drop Paul Cockshott, though, is a semi-obscure Marxist economist. I don't expect anyone to know them. No, it really is. Links, it really is. Here. On screen. There you go. Every time I've been in here, you've been debating with somebody. I'm sure it's exhausting, but damn, it's so much better than Progressive Echo Chamber stream. Good stuff. Thank you, BT8. And this is what other leftists don't fucking understand about what I do and about this channel. We get in the muck, right? Like we get fucking dirty, because let's face it, a vast majority of them will just block them or shut them down. They will not actually engage them. And if you're gonna swing anybody, you have to engage in the dialectic. You have to actually start the exchange of ideas, right? And sometimes you got to talk to a fucking Nazi. Like, that's literally what happens. Sometimes you got to talk to a fascist. Sometimes you have to talk to a Klan member. Like, if you're going to get an idea in their head, you have to talk to them. And unfortunately, that's what a lot of really far out leftists will not do. They won't. And, you know, I take pride in being willing to do that. Based on where you're looking, your screen must be massive. Links, I have multiple screens. I've got this, I've got over here, I've got a vertical monitor, I've got a horizontal monitor in front of me, and I've got a top monitor up there as well. And so, yeah, I've got stuff. Hey, if I get a TOS for debating some fucking fascist, then I get a TOS strike for debating some fucking fascist. I'm not going to change my praxis because of that. Like, you know, if they start making calls for violence and that sort of stuff, I shut them down, kick them off the air, and I report them to Twitch. But I mean, you know, as far as the new terms of service goes, it's all just fucking, all they're doing is covering their ass for people that were openly wishing Trump to die. That's all they're doing. Do I have, oh, I sent that to, let's see, is this to, okay. Hang on. I will. Here you go. I'm sorry. Radical. Links. Here you go. Actually, I can make this bigger for you. Give me one sec. I'll put that up there. Grab. Really? There you go. That's what is in front of me right now, Lynx. A socially conservative anarchist. That's yes it is, Lynx. Yes it is, and thank you. Here, let me try and find you a picture of the old girl. There. That's the machine that powers it all. Her name is Saraswati. She's named for an Indian goddess. Yeah, that's the fucking rig. It's a bit of a beast. She's a thick bitch. And runs all of that stuff. Yeah, Double Samson, I'd love to hear more about your social conservatism in the context of an anarchism. BT8, that's my Rodecaster Pro. That's the digital mixing interface. So basically what you're seeing is a whole host of channels and pre-programmed button commands and stuff like that. Like, as you look at it right now, if I push, cool, I will do so. If I push the pink button, this is what happens.
Fucking things up, making everything shitty. It's profiles and shit fuckery.
All right, so those are sound cues on the right-hand side. And then all of the various channels and sliders, like my mic has a channel, and other mics have channels, and the USB input for the system has a channel, as well as like I could do a phone call via Bluetooth on that. And so, yeah, that's what that is. That's a digital multi-channel mixing interface. Oops. Ugh.
This criticism of like ignorance is not impartiality, and the veil of ignorance does not account for
why
temperament. That was the word. Does not account.
All right, duly noted. Yeah, Samson, go fuck yourself. There you go. Okay, so yeah, links. About 4,500. About 4,500. Not including the iPad that's to my left. Yeah, like, you're not an anarchist, Samson. I'm sorry. Oh, come on over to, hang on, voice chat. I could use a conversation with a sane person. All right, now let me move you over. There we go. What's up, man? I don't hear you. You know talkie. Poke. Well. You have yourself, there we go. Yeah, don't know. Nothing's coming across though, SJ. I'll stay in there with you though. See if you get it sorted. I'm just doing some quick sums in my head. 3 grand. Yeah, taxes. Yeah, it is probably closer to 5 grand. Hey, I heard something.
Okay. Words.
Words.
Oh, good. Okay.
Yeah, links. It's probably 5 grand, something like that. The interface is 700. Normally, I don't know what it's going for these days. COVID pricing. Stream decks are usually 250-ish for the XL, but again, COVID pricing kicks in. Like, there's a bunch of people taking advantage of the out of stock electronics situation. And you know, you're on the mainland. You should be fine. I know, like, it was being priced out for Australia, and everything was like $100 to $150 extra. I was like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's been. So, how was your non-politics stream?
Interesting. I somehow ended up talking about politics.
Imagine that. I was gonna bust in at random point and just accuse you of like lying because I knew you weren't gonna be able to do it.
Yeah. Well, that Twitch TOS drop this morning had me shook.
It's just to protect against fucking people yelling for Trump's head.
Yeah. It's the language is vague though, which I'm worried that they're gonna be able to kind of use to just like blanketed like ban and like take down streams.
Oh, I mean, of course, they can. I mean, that's the thing is, you know, the politics section could definitely get hosed out, but I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, because there was one streamer I was watching earlier before I started, and they were talking about how they were gonna be debating a Proud Boy, and I was like, well, I canceled that because like I don't even know if I can even like talk about like most of the things that we would be debating on. I was like, that's a good point.
You know. Was it Dylan?
No. It was. Who the hell was that earlier? Demon Mama.
There you go. Lynx was asking. That's why. Socially conservative socialist. So far we've had this has been like weird. Fucking like this person is claiming to be a socially conservative anarchist, and then they, after being prompted, they come back with gay conversion therapy should be free for everyone, and we just sort of generally said, well, fuck you then, and you're not an anarchist because you're violating people's rights.
How can you be a socially conservative anarchist like that? I don't even know what that means.
And then, we came back with socially conservative socialist. We give a shit ton of money to churches. We buy everyone guns. You got some level of cognitive dissonance going on there, bro.
Yeah. I mean, just saying that you're socially conservative kind of goes against anarchism, like, as a whole, right?
Yes. I mean, for the most part, yes. I've just been leaving this video on in the background for
Oh my god, I watched this and I was like, this is why I'm like, I will forever be convinced that Trump is a fascist, because Trump refuses to show weakness, and as a fascist, he has to always maintain this look of strength. So it's like him posing and like taking his mask off and all that shit.
Literally can't. He's just, I mean, if you could,
he's like dying right now.
If you could get a mic up to him, you just hear him wheezing. Like, I mean, bro, go back to the hospital.
Yeah, nah.
Hang on, let me check. That is weird. I don't know why that's a thing. Because you should be able to change the aspect. Given the affiliate status, you should be able to alter the broadcast video stats. I'm sorry about that, Taco. Feel free to yell at Twitch for that. So yeah, that's
Oh yes. Yeah. To Lynx, yeah. I think Dylan Burns was going to be hosting debates, but I don't know if it was going to be necessarily that one that I was talking about.
There you go.
But he canceled his as well, though.
There you go. Transcoding isn't always available. Affiliates will get as available. It's nice to see that Amazon's web services platform can't handle transcoding video all the time. It's lovely that they're really, handling the platform.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, if you could, I mean, it would just be brutal listening to him wheeze.
I have figured out though that Trump is a fucking mastermind. So hear me out, right? This motherfucker has COVID. Okay, the whole world knows that he has COVID. Supposedly, he is miraculously able to leave the hospital on his own accord, and he's going to be having a debate with Biden in like a week. He's going to fucking get Biden COVID. Like, no bullshit. I'm like, he's going to cough and hack and wheeze through that entire debate.
Dr. Biden, Jill, his wife, will not allow it. Did you see Biden talking to reporters and what Jill did, his lovely wife? She fucking she walks up right behind him, grabs him by both arms, and drags him back a few feet.
Wow.
She ain't playing. Like, this motherfucker ain't getting anywhere near him.
Well, in like, I think during the first debates, like his family, like the Trump family, refused to wear a mask, like his aides and shit. It's like, come on.
Did you see the Democratic challenger Jamie Freely or something like that to Lindsey Graham? What he did?
No.
Fucking plexiglass shields around himself, so
shit.
Lindsey Graham couldn't get near him.
Holy shit, that's awesome.
Yeah, straight up, like, bitch, stay away from me.
That is awesome.
Yeah. Let's see. I'll put that back on browser. Fuck it. Yeah, I've just been leaving that on for, like, that's the screensaver. Fucking gives a shit.
And what was so weird, too, if he would have just came out, took the mask off, posed, and walked in, he could have avoided this moment, but he stood out there for like 5 minutes, just like staring off into the distance. I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
Curio, it was gone for quite some time. It was gone for articles. It was gone for video game gameplay, for when we were having the abortion argument with fucking morons. And I just checked out entirely, and started playing video games. But yeah. The screensaver is back up. No. Yeah. Oh yeah. I keep going back to it. I think it's fucking brilliant. It's the epitome of this entire administration. It's aesthetic over function. It's everything that this administration is. It's all about this narcissistic image that he attempts to portray. Meanwhile, we can literally see him suffocating. Like, it's absurd. I am strong. I am powerful. Dude, you can't breathe.
Mm-hmm. It reminded me a lot of what happened with Kim Jong-un when we all thought he was dead for like 2 weeks, and then it was just like he had to like show up at all these things, and he's like posing next to tanks and shit, and it's like, okay.
Yeah. Yep. Will a third party ever be relevant in the United States again? Again? That would be my point, but no. Third parties aren't relevant.
I feel like Samson is just trolling at this point.
Yeah, whatever. All conservatism finds its roots in Burkean philosophy, which is monarchism, which is nothing more than bootlicking. There. Conservatives in all forms and fashion, be they fiscal or social, are nothing more than bootlicking supplicants. I control back.
Got him.
So, yeah, so what'd you cover on your show?
Oh, it was supposed to have been just a chill stream. Initially, I just wanted to play the fucking Avengers, and I was just like, I will do it on stream. Why not? Then we ended up talking about Trump and his posturing in front of the White House and how he's planning on fucking giving Biden COVID. Then an interesting group of people just started kind of popping into my chat. I talked to a right authoritarian for about a good 2 hours. That was fun.
Did you arrive at any particular conclusion?
He is intrigued by me.
Did you have you seen oh Jesus Christ, Betray's Brothers right next to him. Yeah, that's worrisome from a right-leaning authoritarian. That's more like, like the human zoos that they used to have for the, You know, like that
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
You're like,
Yeah. I was like, okay, well, I guess because which is, I mean, common. I mean, that's kind of the whole point of why I picked the name I did and why I started doing a channel was because his interactions with traditional, people on the left or, woke types, SJWs and whatnot has been very, screechy, like extra, like super 10,000% woke and shit like that. And I'm like, I'm trying to curb that talking point because I'm like, we're not like that as a whole. The people who act like that, we are annoyed by them too. Like, like I saw a tweet at some point and it was like talking about how conservatives are so weak. It was like, oh, you changed your whole belief system because you don't like leftists. It's like leftists don't like leftists.
Yeah, I added I don't know if I should say this on stream. I added a kid glove role for my Discord server. Yeah, like occasionally you gotta mark someone.
Yeah,
like it's just, I'm sorry, like there's too many people on the left that are that way that you just like, guys, I mean, how are you going to engage in any level, any form of praxis if like somebody says something and your next reaction is just screaming in their face? Like,
right. It's like, look, everybody gets triggered about something, don't get me wrong, and it's like, people have legitimate reasons to be upset, because if they're in a marginalized group or if they have had a history of being marginalized, depending on their, sexual orientation, their race, their religion, whatever. So like, I get these things, but at the same time, my problem is it's kind of like with the left gatekeeping. It's like, if you, just because you have become woke to something that you didn't know about before, or you've learned more details about an aspect of society that you didn't know before, it's not a bad thing that other people don't know that or recognize that. It's your job to teach them, but not in an obnoxious way and not in a way to make them feel stupid. And it's like, we need to get past that. Plus, too, it gives the right way too much ammo and shit. It's like, like every time they bring up something, it's always these people that are like overreacting to something that's not really relevant.
I always say, like, go down to the docks and have your conversation. See how far you get.
Right.
Like, as soon as the third word out of that dude's mouth, they're going to be like, you can't say that. Well, congratulations. You're not going to be able to converse with the proletariat. You're not going to be able to actually engage in any level or form of praxis. You cannot make change revolutionary, insurrectionary, or, incremental, or, any other form therein, because you refuse to engage on their level in some way, shape, or form. I will ask them to raise to a certain intellectual level, definition and linguistically, but I'm perfectly fine with them using whatever terminology they're comfortable using and not losing my shit over the fact
Right, and it's like, and not everybody, I mean, most people, especially in this country, are kind of raised pretty center-right, you know what I mean? So it's like, not everybody's gonna be as far left as you, not everyone is gonna be as woke as you, not everyone is gonna believe in the same, ideological, systems that you do, and that's okay, though. It's like, we don't have to be a uniformed, like, fucking hive mind. Like, that's okay. Like, we're gonna have disagreements and shit, but if these people are the closest to your way that you see the world and the way you want the world to be, then yeah, work with them. Coalitions, god damn it.
Yeah, the problem is that contingent of the left is very bad at building coalitions because they refuse to, like I said, engage with the proletariat on any level that they can actually engage in. Yeah. Oh, Lord. You gotta be shitting me. Is Wagonator over on fucking her channel screwing around? Dude. God, that guy is a piece of shit.
Who is this? Whose stream is this?
Fucking the Silly Serious. It's who I'm gonna raid when I leave. Per Mitre's recommendation, but Wagonator's over there fucking now too. This dude's just a piece of shit. Like that's all I gotta say. Yeah, oh yeah, he apparently went over there because he mentioned her over on this channel and now he's fucking with her. Just ban him. Fucking Jesus Christ. Oh.
Yes.
He's a yeah, Mitra, he's a cockhead. He really is. All right. I think I'm gonna do that then. Thanks for swinging by towards the end. I'm glad you had an interesting stream at least.
Yeah.
Too bad you didn't quite hit your goal though.
What's that?
No politics stream.
Yeah. No, not quite. Not far from it, actually.
So let me find her. There we go. All right, everyone. You can hang around in voice chat after this. Don't worry. All right, everyone. It has been fun. It has been long. It has been many, many things. For those of you who stuck around for the abortion nonsense and stuck through it and continued to argue with those dickheads, even after I checked out and started playing a video game. Thanks a lot for all of that. Tomorrow's a nighttime stream. I'm going to try and find something. Yeah, cringe. Exactly, Lynx. We're going to raid the Silly Serious' channel here and give her a little love as well. Yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow or the next day, depending on what schedule you rock. And let's kick this countdown on and see how many we can take over. Rate it. There we go. And let's see. I want to. Where's my fucking cursor? There we go. Cursor just went away really quickly.
We are talking about
Her audio for me is fucky.
and we were going
Oh
through,
yeah. Yeah.
All right. I'm going to do that and then bring it over here and see what the fuck. See if it does anything. Really?
Yeah, on my end, yeah, it sounds okay.
There.
Based on where the raid is coming from, we're not going to be Rawlsian fans. Neither here. We've been through the criticisms. But yeah, let me know what you think.